watch, share, like, subscribe. Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwa inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk. Tonight.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, 2 yako na 5 yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
You are watching Soundcard Talk.
Alright, siji kama nasikika huko, lakini mitambo I think inasumbuka vidoko tu, lakini naona Shadrack na Douglas wako kidete. Watu walikuwa wamengoja sana. Ni mitambo ilikuwa inasumbua kidogo tu, lakini na I'm sure iko sawa. Naona wako vizuri. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaba popote ulipo, ili ujue kama tunatusikiza ama unatupata, vile vile tuma message. Tuma katika comment section, tuma ujumbe wako, alafu tutajua kama unatupata ama utupate. Ni mitambo ilikuwa inafanya vibaya tu kidogo, lakini naona inaendelea kuteka. Mimi nami kamera ndo sina, lakini kama sauti unanisikia, enda tu kwa comment section alafu ulete ujumbe wako, itakuwa vizuri. Lakini naona Shadrack na wako sawa, wanajipanga huko. I think kulikuwa na issue na mitambo kidogo, lakini iko vizuri. Tumewaweka watu sana, saa 5:30. Wow, mko aje? Aha, naona inaendelea kuwa sawa, Kwa haraka tu, Ruth aliingia kitambo, Mato Maka Ndetis aliingia kitambo, Msimamo Dahirabdi wote waliingia mapema sana. Shadi, panda juu kama mko sawa, kama mitambo ishakuwa sawa, panda ndo nijue mimi nianze kuosha vyombo vya asubuhi vya breakfast. Mkimaliza iko freshi. Hope mko sawa. Mko aje? Mmekasirika? Mko aje? Mike inasumbua ama?
Mko sawa?
Ni ile inaitwa testing ya mitambo. Na mko fresh
Niko fresh.
Okay, sawa. Mimi natoka. Acha nyinyi endeleeni.
Okay, asante Willy Kibali. Karibu mpenzi mtazamaji popote ambapo unatutazama ulipo. Hii ni Sound Candy Talk. Na kwa leo nakaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu. Karibu, njoo tusemezane, njoo tujadiliane, njoo tudadavue na kuchambua zaidi maneno ambayo yanatukumba nchini kwetu kama Kenya. Lakini leo nawashukuru sana za samani kwa kuchelewa kidogo, lakini tafadhali tulikuwa napanga harakati za hapa na pale, ila tunashukuru sana. Na washukuru wote ambao mmesha join kwa comment section, na nawapongeza sana kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya, na nazidi kuwapongeza zaidi na zaidi kwamba mzidi kuendelea na mzidi kuwa nasi na mzidi kusimama imara pale, kwa sababu kama kawaida nyinyi ndio mnatufanya tunasonga mbele, na ndio maana nakujanga na principle ambayo inasema kama kawa na kama dawa. I'll be your host tonight as Shadizo. Na ningependa kupoteza wakati, ningependa mara moja kwa moja kuwapeleka kwa mada ya siku, ambapo mada yetu ya siku ya leo yote tutaangalia kwamba tunazungumzia kuhusu mambo ya Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga AU campaigns kicks off, na kando na hilo tutakuwa nazungumzia Ruto and Raila Odinga meets the Uganda goes Uganda to meet Uganda President Museveni, and also we'll be looking towards more details on Gakuyo's arrest. Gakuyo arrest, he has been arrested over 1 billion from one of the circles that where he's being blamed of, and we will be looking more details towards that, and also be looking details towards also the kicking off campaign of the AU as well, like kicks off. And with me inside studio, I am with Douglas, and we will be helping you on another, and also other people will be joining us on this open forum where we'll be looking more details towards that. But without forgetting much, I'll just want to invite you, and also ask you, please invite somebody to watch with. Don't just watch alone and be selfish. Also share the link so that some people that we are on, others they are already loose off that day. Today we are not having the show, but tonight we are going to have a very hot show one, and I'll be hosting as Shadizo. And without much ado, I'll just welcome everyone, and please urge you, so invite somebody to watch with. And also the number of you watching is still low. Please let us increase it a bit higher. And also don't forgetting that tonight we are having our poll question tonight, and the poll question goes like this: do you think Museveni will support Raila's AU chairman BD? So please tell me. The question poll is on Sound Candy Talk Live, and also on Sound Candy Talk. I see on Sound Candy Talk 71% says no, and 29% says yes. Let me check on our main channel on Sound Candy Talk here. Let me see it. On Sound Candy Talk, 50% says yes, and 43% says no. Continue voting, and also please, just voting without liking the video you're not doing justice. So please make sure you click like. You also like the video, and apart from liking the video, you vote for the poll question, and it will be great. Please, I invite you, so don't just watch alone, invite somebody to watch with. So we'll be looking more details towards that, and also we'll be looking more details towards every corner and every details towards that, the arrest of Gakuyo, because this is something like not making up, but indeed we'll be doing that. But before I welcome Dagi, I'll just take it to the comment section just to say, to shout a big out to some people on the comment section. Whereby I'll begin with Ruth Wambui. Thank you for watching. I say Martin Mark Ndeto say tuned in. Thank you, Martin Mark. Also, I say Abdi, thank you. Say hi Bernard, hi everyone. Thank you. I see Msimamo, hi everyone. Msimamo, nakushukuru, nimekuona ukikuja lakini nazidi kusimamisha hiyo. Tumerejea sasa, unaweza rejea. Naona kwamba naona Green anasema Charles Green anasema kwamba hi everyone, thank you. Anaona Esther anasema kwamba I like the video, I like the video. Thank you Esther. Naona Boss Lady anasema hi Bernard, hi everyone. I think Bernard amepokea salamu. Namwona Freedom anasema hi. Hello Bernard, thank you. Namuona Freedom tena anasema hi everyone, thank you. Namuona Freedom anasema amerudi tena. Namuona P-Joy anasema kwamba hi, hello fellow Kenyans, thank you. Namuona kwamba Abdi once more time, and namuona tena Mr. D, that is Dr. D. Thank you for everyone that is watching. Please invite somebody to watch with. Don't just watch alone, and invite somebody to be part and parcel of this as we discuss this tonight. Naona tena Lydia anasema thank you Lydia, say hi and I support the child, support this because of Ruto. Thank you. Also Lydia again once time make emoji love, says loves, and piga makofi and gives a shout out for makofi. Please just tell me where you're watching us from and it will be great. And also if my audio is audible enough, or if I'm having a problem with my audio, also tell me please, so that we cannot be going and we are not going at the same par as we continue to watch our discussion tonight. But please, what I encourage you, share the video. Don't just watch alone. Invite somebody to watch with, and it will be great and it will be awesome. Museveni in Uganda. But before we roll that, I means we have Dagi say has to hi to people.
Hello Shadrach.
Yes, hello.
And hello everybody. Everybody watching us from wherever you are. We are coming to you live from Nairobi. Thank you for inviting me to the show. It's been a long weekend / short weekend, depending on what you were doing and how fast that whizzed off. A lot has unfolded during the weekend. We've not been on the show, but Bernard has been here with everybody, and whatever you've been discussing, you've been breaking down whatever has been going on through the weekend. And yeah, we are here for Raila's. We've seen him launching his campaign for the AU job with Ruto. We are going to break that down. And of course, Gakuyo and his arrest has been in the media for a while. So welcome to the show. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it for that warm welcome. I know it's been a quite so long weekend, but we really appreciate it, and we really I also appreciate for you coming through for us. Indeed, it's so great and it's so awesome, because sometimes it feels it's just its own vibe, and that's why I thank you so much for coming through, please, and also for being here for people of Kenya and for Sound Candy Talk and team Kenyans and team Young Men, because you are representing many people.
The leaders of tomorrow
today, yeah. So that's why I just give you very much. I really appreciate so much for you coming through. That's great. And before we play the video, I hope your weekend has been so good. And
yeah, my weekend has been good. I'm a Gen Z, and weekends are for sinning.
Okay.
But it has been good.
Okay.
It has been good.
Okay. I don't have much to say about that, because also my weekend has been so good. It's my ups and downs and looking, but it's a bit fine. So we don't want to make people feel like exhausted so much, but we really appreciate it. And one-on-one, we will play the video of the day. We'll be coming back deeply towards the discussion tonight. And of course, we'll begin with the Raila Odinga as as Raila Odinga kicks the AU campaigns, because you have seen that's being so credible, and it's a very quite move, because they normally say every journey begins with a step, and you have made the step already. You see the coming together with the other presidents, coming together with other people. Now that shows they are kicking up. They are kicking on the journey. The journey is starting. Tuko tena kwa nyumba, tumefika kwa stage.
He was in a matanga, so African politics aren't different.
With Kenya,
matanga is the arena.
Matanga is the place where you can get many people. Okay.
So you get the audience.
The audience. I really appreciate it, because
so it's just Africa after all.
After so mtu mweusi na ngozi nyeusi never turns.
Okay.
But okay, we'll dive into more of that details to that. But I really appreciate it. Please, if you're watching us, you can use the link on the comment section to join inside the studio so that we can be one. I see niliona msimama amekuja akatoweka kidogo. Msimama tumerejea, njoo sasa, njoo tusemezane, njoo tuweze kujadili hili swala ili tukaweze kupata suluhu. Watu ambao mnatutazama kutumia mtandao wa kijamii wa Facebook, pia link iko pale tu, enda comment section, finya, utapata link imejiandika na StreamYard. Bonyeza ile link, ukibonyeza itajifungua yenyewe, kisha itaruhusu StreamYard yenyewe itakutengenezea kamera na ikutengenezea pia na audio yako, kisha utaweza kujiunga na sisi ili tuweze kujadiliana pamoja na ukaweze kuwa sehemu ya hii, na itazidi kwa manufaa. Tafadhali, namba ya watazamaji imegwama hapo, alika mtu pia atazame pia na yeye, na pia wanaopenda video naona bado zipo chini, na tafadhali tuongeze hiyo iongezeke ili tukaweze kujua ama tukaweze kukua kwa sehemu moja, au usiweze kutazama peke yako. Tafadhali naomba tu jaribu kushiriki na mwenzako pia yeye akapate kupata maongezi ambayo tunafanya hapa, kwa sababu inaweza pia dhamana kwake, ama anaweza kuwa ni la kuchangia pia na yeye akaweza kuchangia, na ili mradi ulikuwa umemficha ama umekataa kumwambia kwamba kuna maongezi kama haya, kwa kumtumia link na ikaweza kuwa manufaa. Na bila kupoteza wakati tutaenda kwa mada yetu ya kwanza, ambapo tutakuwa nazungumzia Raila kuzindua kampeni yake ya kuwania kiti cha AU cha muunganiko wa Afrika. So wacha nicheze video ndio tuweze kujadiliana na kuzungumza tukiwa kwa sehemu moja, ama tukiwa kwa ile pamoja.
Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga has kicked off his campaigns for the Africa Union Commission chairperson position, with the former Prime Minister seen engaging sitting presidents who attended the burial of Namibian late President Hage Geingob. The former Prime Minister, who has camped in Namibia since Saturday, attended the funeral alongside a team of his campaigners who are seasoned shuttle diplomats and confidants from both the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio side, expected to do his bidding. As KTN's political affairs reporter Emmanuel Toh now explains, retired President Uhuru Kenyatta is said to have dropped his bid in favor of Raila Odinga.
A week after throwing his hat in the ring for the Africa Union Commission chairperson position, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga seems to have hit the ground running with the campaigns, pitching camp in Windhoek, Namibia for the funeral service and the burial of Namibian President Hage Geingob, where he met the electorates for the post, the sitting heads of state. In photos shared through his social media platforms, Odinga is seen interacting and exchanging pleasantries with President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, Felix Tshisekedi of DRC, and Namibia's Nangolo Mbumba, among others, including former Tanzanian President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who was said to be angling for the same position. To win the election, Odinga must get a majority of the votes from the African Union member states. Odinga has camped in Namibia since Saturday, accompanied by a team of lobbyists and campaigners. The team consists of those fronted by President William Ruto and some that he has crafted, who include seasoned diplomats. Odinga's team is chaperoned by a long-serving diplomat, Elkanah Odembo, who served as a Kenya ambassador to the US, France and the Vatican. Ambassador Mahmoud Malim, who was the executive secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, also forms the Odinga inner sanctum, while Professor Makau Mutua, who was central in the Azimio campaigns towards the 2022 general polls, was also seen in the company of Odinga. On the other side, the Ruto team includes the Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS for Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi, his Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Korir Sing'oei, and top diplomats, including East African Community Secretary General Peter Mathuki. The trio have already launched the shuttle diplomacy for Raila. And although some Mount Kenya leaders had pushed for retired President Uhuru Kenyatta to also vie for the AUC chairperson position, his confidants say he will not be on the ballot and will instead throw his weight behind Odinga.
Uhuru is not in the race for this AU position. The minute Raila announced his intention to go for it, that was it. Uhuru is supporting Raila Odinga for the AU position. There's no way they are going to compete. Uhuru never pronounced himself for the job. But there was a lot of pressure from peer pressure, I may call that, from regional leaders. People like Suluhu, Kagame, Chisekedi.
However, with Odinga's backing from the state comes conditions which may force him to toe the line with a government position, which pundits argue puts him in a cage before the February 2025 elections.
Raila has the backing of the government, the Kenya government. Raila has the backing of Azimio. It is a bipartisan approach to try and get the job. Raila has his own networks across the continent.
If he wants to get the seat, then he cannot oppose the government in the next 1 year, whatever they do, including the house levy or whatever. And there is already, indications that ODM, or rather Kenya Kwanza, rather Azimio, might support the house levy in parliament in exchange of Baba getting a seat. That's a very dangerous thing for Kenyans because it's becoming a transactional politics.
Emmanuel To, KT News, Nairobi.
Coming up, a family.
That's how things are on the ground. And really, I appreciate you, those who are joining. Please continue inviting somebody to watch with so that we can be at the same par and we can be rolling together as Kenyans and also as Team Sound Candy Talk and also as Team Wasmio. Please don't just watch alone, invite somebody to watch with and be part and parcel of this as we are rolling down towards that. Are we getting to know more about the details about that? I will ask Douglas to help us to understand a little bit. Douglas, what is your take towards
that? Towards what? It is what it is. I think Raila is quite serious about getting this job, and he has officially kicked off his campaign. I think this is the first event we've seen him attending to launch his bid, and it was in Namibia. It was the burial of the former president of Namibia, right?
Yes.
So I think he's serious about the job, but also there are a lot of things in that video. First of all, and the one that has been conspicuous to me is the issue around Uhuru. I mean, it's also confusing me because last week we see him in Tanzania with Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who I think had also shown some interest in going for that position. Then on this video, then over the weekend we see Raila with Jakaya. So I don't really understand, is Jakaya going for it or is he supporting Raila Odinga? Is Uhuru, of course, Murathe has assured us that Uhuru is not going for the seat like some people were speculating. Like some Mount Kenya people were saying that Uhuru should also go for it, but Murathe has assured us that Uhuru is not going for it. The moment Raila declared an interest in going for the job, he's going to back him fully. So the question is then, why was he in Tanzania with Jakaya, and is Jakaya going for that seat? So I think there's still a lot that we are waiting to unfold, but what does really concern us as Kenyans is what happens now. It's a good thing that the government has come together with Azimio, the opposition, to support this bid. Is good, for the country in a sort of way. But again, what does that mean for Kenyans? Raila, and his entire team coming together with the government to push this agenda. What does that mean for Kenya? Because just as that political analyst who has just been there a few moments ago, he's saying now that the government is supporting, the KK government is supporting Raila in this bid, then that means that Raila and his team can't raise a voice against the government for at least the next 1 year, because these campaigns, this electioneering period for the EU job will go up until February, when the winner will be announced and maybe installed as the new chairman. So what does that mean for Kenya with all these things that are troubling Kenya in parliament? They can't anza oppose someone who is supporting you in a certain way. That's how the world works. I help you, you help me. I help you. You sort of shy away even when I oppress the people. So that's the big concern for Kenyans now that the government is doing this for Raila and his people. They can't now turn around and again oppose the government or be as vocal as they were. They sort of will owe him. So when he says that this bill, this is my agenda and this is what I want to happen, then itabidi azimio then wakunje mkia. So I think that is the main concern for Kenyans. Will these people still continue to fight for Kenyans? So, but Raila, I think he's on track. I think he knows the continent. He has his networks and he knows his politics. So I think he's on course, and I think Raila is going to clear the seat eventually.
Wow, that's a good track, and that's a good perspective towards on your side. And also just invite people, please just join us, come let us discuss this together. Stop just watching and just stay up there and share the link. Also, the number is not increasing. Please share the link so that the number can increase, and also continue voting on our poll question tonight. Please, and also as you vote for the poll question, as you participate in the poll question tonight, also remember to like the video and also subscribe. This is the first time coming across the channel as we're rolling down. I'll also play another clip, and also I'll play another clip so that we can come to deeper discussion as we continue. Let us play the clip that today we had that yesterday we had another amazing moment, and today we are digital to see Raila and Ruto together.
I think that happened today, right?
Yes.
It's today that they were in Uganda.
Let us see this and
let's see.
Continue to
For Azimio leader Raila Odinga's bid for the African Union Commission chairmanship went a notch higher earlier on today when President William Ruto, in the company of Odinga, toured Uganda to seek the support of Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni. In a statement released by State House, President Ruto and the Azimio leader met President Museveni at his Kisozi home, where they discussed Odinga's candidature. And the leaders also discussed Kenya and Uganda long-established diplomatic ties, which includes bringing all the 7 East African community nations closer in the ultimate goal to form the East African Political Federation. Ekeza Sacco founder Bishop David Gakuyo.
That's how things are. And also let us look about the Ekeza Sacco founder, because you're also discussing more details towards that.
Ekeza Sacco founder Bishop David Gakuyo has been released on a cash bail of 10 million shillings after pleading not guilty to 12 counts of obtaining over 1 billion shillings by false pretense. Gakuyo, who was arrested on February 21st at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport while en route to Zambia, is accused of committing the offences between 2015 and 2018. The arraignment came even as more complaints camped at the DCI headquarters, recording statements and submitting their complaints against the preacher.
As and when required.
While appearing before Milimani Senior Principal Magistrate Ben Ekubi, Bishop David Gakuyo and Ekeza Sacco Society Limited were faced with 12 counts, 11 counts of obtaining over 1 billion shillings by false pretense, and 1 charge of conspiracy to commit a felony. The prosecution accused Gakuyo of obtaining money from thousands of Ekeza members with the promise that the Sacco was in a position to grant a loan 3 times the amount invested. He was also accused of pretending to be in a position to sell a parcel of land to an association, a fact he knew was false. Gakuyo denied all the charges against him, and his lawyers asked the court to release him on cash bail. The court ordered that he be released on 10 million shillings cash bail.
10 million Kenya shillings with 2 contact persons will be examined by the court. And the further directive is that one of the contact persons must be an employee working with the government or public officer. And then the first accused person to deposit his passport.
As the court session was ongoing, hundreds of Ekeza Sacco members flocked the DCI headquarters to register their complaints, while others got an opportunity to record statement with the detectives. Among those who turned up in search of justice were old women and people living with disability who had invested their money in the Sacco with the hope of getting more returns or get a parcel of land to build their homes.
Tulikuwa tumeanza chama ya walemavu PWD. Sasa tukaonelea tukue tuna save, sababu physical work hatungeweza tununue kaplot. Tumesave about 40,000
mpaka wa leo, na ni karibu miaka 6 imeisha, sijapata hiyo title deed. Ndio sababu nimekuja hapa, nimeleta mastakabadhi zangu zote, nimeziacha hapa. Wameniambia niwaachie, nimewaachia hata contact, wakasema wataniita ndio nije niandike statement, ndio upelelezi, uchunguzi uendelee kufanyika.
Tulikuwa tunafanya kazi ya hawking by that time because it's on 2016. Na nilisave mpaka 2018. Ile time nilisikia kuna mambo inaenda ya Ekeza si mzuri, nikasema nifanye withdraw. Tukaambiwa tutapata pesa yetu within 30 working days, na after that hakuna pesa tulipokea. Tumejaribu kufuata for that long time mpaka saa hii. Okay, kwa jumla mimi nimelose 1,300,000.
The victims said they are hopeful that justice will be served. Gakuyo is expected back in court on March 7th when his case will be mentioned.
Ni hivyo mambo yalivyo katika mtaa na ni vile mambo yalivyo kwa ground. So nawakaribisha nyote, njooni tujadiliane, njooni tusemezane, njooni tuweke mambo wazi ili mtu asiweze kufinyika na kuhisi kwamba amefungiwa mahali ama amekosa kupata haki, kwa sababu unaona vile hali ilivyo kwamba siku hizi hata wale watu ambao wana ulegevu mahali fulani bado wanaibiwa, kwa sababu imetoka kwa kuibia serikali na kuibia wananchi. Sasa imefika mpaka kuibia watu binafsi kwa kuwalaghai kwa mashamba na kwa kuwalaghai kwa kutumia unajenga kitu kama Sacco kisha unaanza kuwalaghai wananchi, kwa sababu yani sijui nasema aje, lakini kama mtu ambaye una akili timamu, kwanza mchungaji ambaye mwenyewe ndo mwenye hiyo benki, hiyo shirika la kuwekeza pesa, mimi natumai ni jukumu lake kuhakikisha pesa ya wananchi kwa sababu mikononi mwako na maana wamekuamini na pesa zao. Lakini sasa tukianza kuona tunaanza kufika mahali kama hapo kwamba pesa za wananchi zinaweza kutoweka na huwezi elezea na inaonekana ni kwa wewe kuwalaghai. Sasa sijaelewa, kwa sababu ndivyo tulilaghaiwa tukapeana uongozi. Leo ndio tunaona wananchi wamelaghaiwa mpaka unakuta wale ambao wana disability, unakuta kama ule msichana pale anazungumzia ni hoka. Amefanya hawking. Sasa baada ya kufanya hawking akawekeza pesa, akawekeza hela ili hata akaweza kufungua kaduka, aache kuzurura, ndio haya yanamkuta sasa. Sasa kwa mtazamo huo tunaweza saidia vipi Wakenya wetu ili wasiweze kujipata kwa janga kama hiyo kwanza, na utuelezea kwa mtazamo wako unaona vipi? Huyu askofu hana hatia ama hana hatia?
Of course akona hatia, sababu alibia watu pesa, and it's true. But pia I think this it's a very old scheme for conning people money in Kenya, if I may say so, because I think even my dad once lost money to such a scheme, whereby someone comes up with a Sacco, and I don't know why they like using Saccos. Maybe they're not properly regulated, or there's a loophole in the law. I don't know what happens. They use Saccos a lot. So whereby someone comes up with a Sacco, a new Sacco in town, sets up in an office, and anakuja na very sweet language, and anawaambia, if you save with me, you can borrow 3 times what you've saved. And it's a very lucrative idea, especially to someone who has a small business, like the hawking guy. If I can save with this scheme, and then if I save 50,000, then I can borrow, and 50,000, what that do to my business? Then akifikisha a certain amount, target yake, he disappears with the money. It's a very old scheme in Kenya. But again, I don't know how people can safeguard themselves, because you can never really tell. I think the only way you can safeguard yourself is by only choosing those Saccos, reputable Saccos, which have been around for a while, like Harambee Sacco. These are Saccos which have been around for a while, especially these ones that are zinanzanga kama, for instance, kama hii ya TSC. They start as a, for what? For like the one ile teachers, they start as a Sacco for teachers, then it expands and it becomes inclusive to other people who are not in that profession. It grows into a fully fledged Sacco that is open to other people. I think that's the only way you can safeguard yourself, by picking a very reputable Sacco that has been around for a while. Otherwise, any new Sacco that comes along, you can never tell if the owner is going to one day close shop and disappear with your money. You can never really tell, especially if, people don't understand Saccos well. People mostly bank their money with banks and borrow from microfinance. But Saccos, they're quite a topic that you need to take a deep dive in, sort of understand the dynamics of Saccos. So what I did was wrong, and I think this story has been in the media for a while, and I just hope that he gets justice and he gets to give back what he has taken from the people, so that he could a lesson to other people. And I always say that preachers are not angels. They're not superhuman beings. They are human beings. Away from the pulpit, they have flaws like all other people. We have preachers who wanakula kondo. So they're not angels. So don't judge people by the collar. Just have wisdom to discern them for who they are. Yeah. That's my take on.
Okay, thank you, Arabshir, for that take. And I see Lala is here with us. Lala, how are you?
I'm good, Shadizo and Douglas. It's good to see both of you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go on. I can get you well now.
Yeah, you can see I'm making some movement. So, all right.
Hey, Lala's lost. We lost network. Lala's network. Lala, can you give me your network? It's a little bit troublesome. I hope we will get Lala back, but I appreciate it. Please, I just want to remind you, please use the link, join Sound Candy Talk, to join Sound Candy Talk and be a member. This is, when I'm talking about joining Sound Candy Talk and be a member, this means you want to support Sound Candy Talk. The link is on the comment section. Just click the link and you join. There are 4 categories where when you join, you can choose any level that you feel you're comfortable with and do work with that, so that you can support Sound Candy Talk, so that every end month or every coming close of the month, everything can run, and also we can be also continue being on air as consistent. So that's why I urge you, please use the link on the comment section, use the link on the Sound Candy Talk TV, or use the link on Sound Candy Talk Live, join Sound Candy Talk, or use the link on Facebook, Sound Candy Talk, and then join, be a member of Sound Candy Talk. This is to help us grow and help us move on so that we can bring can bring a lot of things, and also can bring different things, and we can bring everything on towards the power. That's why I you join and be a member of Sound Candy Talk, and it'll be great. So don't just sit, be watching, and you haven't joined being a member, you haven't liked, you haven't subscribed. That shows that you're not a part of it. So be part and parcel of it. I still remind you, one old man used to ask me, whenever you say that our cows are from grazing, you could ask him just one question: how many cows do you have inside that? Inside
that herd.
Hey.
How many
So
belong to you?
how many belongs to you? So the moment you say this is our house, what is your contribution towards that? So if this is our channel, and as always we keep it, this is our channel. It's not my channel. It's not Bernard's channel. It's not Douglas' channel. It's our channel. Kenyan's channel. Yeah, people channel, community channel. So this is about the community, the people, and everyone. So it's high time we join so that we can support it and make it run. Because we don't expect somebody else coming from heaven, or we can't expect manna coming from heaven so that we can run the channel, but we can learn it by joining and being member, so that we can support one another. We can also develop 1, 2, 3, so that we can be ever consistent at building life and also using masses and changing everything. That's why I urge you people join Sound Candy Talk, and it will be great and it will be awesome. Kamakawa na kama dawa. But we are still holding as we wait for Lala to come back. I think the network issues, but he's fixing up, but Lala is coming back just in a short while. But what I'll urge you people, just continue subscribing, continue sharing, continue putting your comments there, and also sharing this so that we can be the same power. And also we can learn more details. We're just going for just a commercial break. We will be right back. Right here, the same place.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe. Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candy Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches, conferences, weddings, and live. Reach on us today. We provide live UHD broadcasting for church services, talk shows and podcasts, weddings, live bands, products and services launches, webinars and trainings, Zoom meetings, conferences, seminars, exhibitions, and virtual concerts. We help your event, trainings, shows, and so more to the world through internet broadcasting in UHD. We provide from 1 to several camera setups and integrate graphics to live in your live streams. For more information, contact us through +2547 18454585 or email at soundcandytalk@gmail.com. Sound Candy Talk, making sense of our politics. You are watching Sound Candy Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Thank you and welcome back for tonight's episode. And in grade, I appreciate this is great and this is so awesome. So people, Sound Candy, I love you so much. Please let us drive into the discussion. Invite somebody to watch with so that don't just watch alone and be jealous and not be part and parcel of this. But let me go back to the one Douglas. I want to help us to understand something a little bit on the supporting Ruto and Raila meeting the Uganda president. What's your take about that? Or what do you feel will be the impact?
I told people that there was a handshake, and people almost ate me. But there was a handshake, and what we're seeing now are the benefits of that handshake for Raila Odinga. And again, I said that Ruto is going to support Raila, is going to campaign for him is going to help and push. Someone said, Raila doesn't need Ruto. Raila has knows people all across the continent, and I told them that one of the basics of getting that job is your government of the day has to be behind you. That's the first. You know how it works. You have to have the support at home before you're accepted out there. So the government of the day has to support you. And so we're seeing Ruto and Raila headed to Uganda, to talk to Museveni. We're going to see more of that. We're going to see them go to Tanzania, maybe to Suluhu, to get the support of the Tanzanian people, to Rwanda, to Burundi, all these East African countries, because the whole region has to sort of back him so that he can get that support across the rest of the continent. And Ruto, and I've said it again, Ruto is a very good politician. He's a very intelligent and very smart politician. So, and him being the AU chairman of the sort of assembly, is better positioned to push that agenda, because he has all the other African heads of state. He is the leader of the other heads of state, so to speak. So he's better positioned to push Raila for that seat. That is a bad thing for Kenya, because now that Raila, he's walking around with Ruto campaigning for him, knocking on president's doors. It's just, he has that moral obligation to not speak, because now, if it's the vintage Baba after whatever unfolded in the weekend, Benhin coming into the country, Raila would have raised a voice and said, kila siku maombi, maombi. You know how he speaks. We would have seen that in the weekend, but he didn't mention it. He didn't talk about it because he was very busy. He has been busy during the weekend. So we expect to see less of him. And, we expect to see him walking around. He's in, him and Ruto are now one. Ruto and Raila are now one. And we should not live in denial of that. That's pathetic. They are now in cahoot. They have to get this job together. And Ruto knows that it's going to be to his disadvantage, because if he manages to secure that job for Raila, then Raila is going to owe him peace for the next 10 years or 5 years or whatever period Ruto is going to be head of state. Yeah.
Okay, and also, your speaker, we have put it well, and indeed, I like your reasoning. And will you feel that can intimidate people as your leaders? Would you feel that can intimidate as your leaders, or they can just stand firm and face the right thing, or did they do the right thing? Yes.
It depends. Okay, it depends. If the one problem I have with followers of Raila is that they sort of take his word and make it theirs. Okay, it happens with both political factions, even Ruto supporters. They take his word and make it theirs, and they don't have an opinion of their own. It's the same with Baba. So it depends. Do we have leaders in Azimio who are going to stand up and say, this is not right for Kenyans, let's not do this? But if Baba says, guys, now we like what happened, if it's going to happen the way it happened in 2018, after Raila and Uhuru had a handshake, and one day they just woke up and they walked down the steps of Arambe House and announced that they were shaking hands and all is gone, and all the beef is gone. But we had leaders who came out to say that, no, we don't support this. We don't support this. We stand with Kenyans. Whatever is going on in the country, we don't support all this
borrowing of debts and, misappropriation of this money. And, we saw Mudavadi, I think Mudavadi and who was it? Mudavadi, the people that formed the original One Kenya Alliance. It became like the official opposition. It became a front for fighting for the interest of Kenyans. So it depends. Are we going to see that? Where will Kalonzo go? Kalonzo is very unpredictable. He's like, he is not very stable. So people are saying that Kalonzo is strong, but I don't trust him. He sways around and looks for. You can never really rely on him.
What
You
do you
can
say?
never.
Okay,
you can
please,
never-
let us answer. Why do you say that we can't rely on him?
The name Watermelon did not just come out of nowhere. It came about as a result of him, swaying around. You remember as we were going on to the 2022 elections, and people couldn't decide where is he gonna go. People had settled. Mudavadi had said that it's Kenya Kwanza and that's it. And the Azimio front had configured itself, and people are still trying to decide where will Kalonzo go. So it's very unpredictable, and I think also very unreliable. So okay, we hope for the best. We hope that he's going to stand up and say that it's Kenyans I'm going to fight for. But again, we don't expect him to go. Okay, let me speak for myself. I don't expect him to go against Baba Swad. If Baba says that we are now in government, that's what he's going to do. Because Baba is, now working with Ruto. It's not speculation. He's working with Ruto. We've seen it today. So if Baba says that this is what where we're going to go, is he going to take that route? Is he going to say no? Some of the things happening in the country, you might be getting their support, might be getting the support of these guys to get that job. But I don't agree with what these people are doing to Kenyans back at home. So no, this is what I'm going to do. This is my stand in politics, and this is what I'm going to fight for.
Okay, let me read you the comment section. Rosemary anasema kwamba the question is and Andrew anasema kwamba we are not in government.
Who is not in government, Rosemary?
We will remove him to
please elaborate on that statement. We are not in government. Who are you talking about?
Talking about Raila, of course.
Talking about
Ati
Raila. Raila is in
mayor.
government. We saw him with government today in Uganda. What are you saying?
He's not with the government. He was just with the Ruto and
he was with the leader of that government, roaming around in Uganda, looking at cows with long horns. What are those cows
Zebu.
called? No, they're not zebras. They're cows.
They are Zebu. They used to be called Zebu.
They're called Zebu.
Yes, the cows with the big horns.
But I
They are
love those
Zebu
cows.
breed. They look amazing.
I love those cows. But they went to see cows, and all of them, they had ile fimbo yenye
Ya Musa. They had the road to take care of the cows.
ya kuchunga ng'ombe. But then I saw a meme on Twitter, and Ruto and Raila, and this is interesting. I saw a meme on Twitter. Ruto, Raila, and Museveni, they were standing. So they had posed for the camera, and the backdrop was those cows, and someone was saying that that's a picture of the leaders, and Kenyans are behind.
So
behind
Kenyans,
those leaders.
Kenyans should look like cows. Kenyans are not looking like
So
cows.
Kenyans
Kenyans are
are-
very good people. They're-
They lie to us every time, and we just fall for it.
And-
But at the end of the day, and I always say this, when you get in business, Shadrach, the motive of being in business is profits. You cannot say that I'm in business to do to do good. If you are in need to do good, then don't call yourself an entrepreneur. Move into NGO and go and save the world. But if you're in business, people want to see profits. That's the end game of being in business. The same with politics. If you get into politics, the motive is power. If you're not getting power in politics, then why are you calling yourself a politician? Go be a pastor or something. So when someone is a politician, they're going to go for power. And wherever power is available, that's where they're going to go.
Pastor don't need power.
Huh? No power. Pastors needs sadaka and faith. But
this thing has brought a big prayer until you see now pastors robbing people from Sacco. Sacco, the founder of the Sacco, is a pastor, but now
okay, they are called churchpreneurs.
Churchpreneurs, not. So if you're saying that the business is not making a profit, you let you go private pastor, and also you see the church is the church. You are making us not to understand. So if the church also is not making the profit, you got.
Okay, religion today has become something else.
Yes.
But in the olden days, like in Catholic priests don't have any other job. The job is just to kuchunga kondoo, and that's what they are in this world to do. All they need is their daily bread, like Jesus. So umeisikia wapi Yesu ati alikuwa ameenda kulipa rent?
Shalipa rent siku moja, aliambia Peter anachukua samaki utacheka wa kwanza hata ako na 30 bob uende ulipe rent.
Yeah, Yesu hata hakuanga na bezi ya kuishi. Yesu, he was just in this world to, do God's work. That's what it means to be a man of God. You are in this world just to spread the word of God, to
utafanya mapasta wache kulipa nyumba waanze kwenda kuishi.
By the way, in my church, so I'm a Pentecostal. So in my church, normally what theoretically happens, the church rents out a house. So when a new pastor comes to that church, he lives in that house. So when he leaves, he's supposed to go to another church, to the next church, then live in that house that is rented by that church. Then when he eventually retires, the church, like the Pentecostal church, is supposed to build him a retirement home. So he, so he's a man of God, and God is supposed to look after him through his sheep. That is what's supposed to happen. But the world has changed, and pastors have discovered that I also need a cool car. But anyway, away from church, let's go back to politics. To politics. And so, as I was saying, entrepreneurs, business people are in business to make profits. When an entrepreneur comes to you and says that, I'm in business because I want to do good, I want to change society, blah, 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 that's just marketing. At the end of the day, they want to make money from you. If they wanted to save the world, they would open NGO, wanze to apply for grants from America and change the world around them. But the fact that they're in business, they need to make money. The same with politics. Every person who chooses to be a politician, his end game is to gain power, and as much power as possible. So you cannot say that this politician is good and no, they need for power. But power is good and also it's bad. You can only change things if you have power. Raila, he has all this a good vision for this country, but he's never been able to give Kenya what he has because he's never gotten true absolute power. So power is good if it is used for good, but also power is destructive if it's used for for evil. Yeah.
Okay, come. Please invite you to join inside also so that we can discuss this. I also want to look at how do you see the people that Raila met earlier and the board? How do you feel? Will it enable him to go and achieve this? But before you do that, let us check this video again so that you see the people that Raila met and they discussed it. I think they are the one that kick in Namibia. Yes. Okay. Let's check this.
Ekeza Sacco founder Bishop David Gakuyo.
Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga has kicked off his campaigns for the Africa Union Commission chairperson position, with the former Prime Minister seen engaging sitting presidents who attended the burial of Namibian late President Hage Geingob. The former Prime Minister, who has camped in Namibia since Saturday, attended the funeral alongside a team of his campaigners who are seasoned shuttle diplomats and confidants from both the Kenya Kwanza and Azimio side, expected to do his bidding. As KTN's political affairs reporter Emmanuel Toh now explains, retired President Uhuru Kenyatta is said to have dropped his bid in favor of Raila Odinga.
A week after throwing his hat in the ring for the Africa Union Commission chairperson position, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga seems to have hit the ground running with the campaigns, pitching camp in Windhoek, Namibia for the funeral service and the burial of Namibian President Hage Geingob, where he met the electorates for the post, the sitting heads of state. In photos shared through his social media platforms, Odinga is seen interacting and exchanging pleasantries with President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, Felix Tshisekedi of DRC, and Namibia's Nangolo Mbumba, among others, including former Tanzanian President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who was said to be angling for the same position. To win the election, Odinga must get a majority of the votes from the African Union member states. Odinga has camped in Namibia since Saturday, accompanied by a team of lobbyists and campaigners. The team consists of those fronted by President William Ruto and some that he has crafted, who include seasoned diplomats. Odinga's team is chaperoned by a long-serving diplomat, Elkanah Odembo, who served as a Kenya ambassador to the US, France and the Vatican. Ambassador Mahmoud Malim, who was the executive secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, also forms the Odinga inner sanctum, while Professor Makau Mutua, who was central in the Azimio campaigns towards the 2022 general polls, was also seen in the company of Odinga. On the other side, the Ruto team includes the Prime Cabinet Secretary and CS for Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi, his Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Korir Sing'oei, and top diplomats, including East African Community Secretary General Peter Mathuki. The trio have already launched the shuttle diplomacy for Raila. And although some Mount Kenya leaders had pushed for retired President Uhuru Kenyatta to also vie for the AUC chairperson position, his confidants say he will not be on the ballot and will instead throw his weight behind Odinga.
Uhuru is not in the race for this AU position. The minute Raila announced his intention to go for it, that was it. Uhuru is supporting Raila Amolo Odinga for the AU position. There's no way they are going to compete. Uhuru never pronounced himself for the job. But there was a lot of pressure from peer pressure, I may call that, from regional leaders. People like Suluhu, Kagame, Tshisekedi.
However, with Odinga's backing from the state comes conditions which may force him to toe the line with a government position, which pundits argue puts him in a cage before the February 2025 elections.
Raila has the backing of the government, the Kenya government. Raila has the backing of Azimio. It is a bipartisan approach to try and get the job. Raila has his own networks across the continent.
If he wants to get the seat, then he cannot oppose the government in the next 1 year, whatever they do, including the house levy or whatever. And there is already, indications that ODM, or rather Kenya Kwanza, rather Azimio, might support the house levy in parliament in exchange of Baba getting a seat. That's a very dangerous thing for Kenyans because it's becoming a transactional politics.
Emmanuel Toh, KT News, Nairobi.
That's how things are. What do you think about the board that Raila has chose to support him and do the campaign? Do you feel it is capable?
Pardon?
What do you feel about the board or the people that Raila stand with to set up the campaign? Do you feel they can do it or?
The team, his team that is doing the lobbying for him.
Yes.
Honestly speaking, I've not, checked out those guys. What is it they've been doing over the years? What's their influence on African politics? What impact do they have being behind Ruto? I think those are things I should take time to take a look at, and I cannot misinform people here, but I believe because this is something that Raila, of course, he told us that he had been thinking about it for a while. He had been consulting for a while. So I think I trust that the team he has constructed is a winning team. So I have no doubt in that. Although I don't know these guys. I've not checked them out. But I think there's a guy there from, he was, I don't know what, in Uganda sometime back. So there are people who have been diplomats. There's a guy who even was in UN. So I think they've chosen the right team. I believe they've chosen the right team. So I'm not doubting in that. But later I will go and check them out, just see what those guys are. On the other side, there's Mudavadi. I think there's a team for the Azimio guys, and there's a team for the Kwanza guys. So it's a muscle that they've put up. There's Musalia leading the team. Then there's his PS in the foreign affairs docket. I don't know. I've not checked those guys yet. But maybe the next time we have this discussion again, because a lot is going to unfold in the future, I will have the right information to, talk about it. But for now, that's all I can say. I believe that they've chosen the right team.
Stone PK, how are you?
I'm good, Douglas and Shadizo, what's happening?
We are fine. We are just talking a little bit, looking more details about Raila kicking off the AU campaigns. And
what's going on, man?
Also, Ruto and Raila visiting the Uganda president.
Sasa ndugu zangu, let me tell you.
Go on.
Stone PK, I think for me, this is, oh my God. I mean, this is one of the worst moments for Kenya, for Mwananchi. And now it is coming, I mean, Mwananchi, if at all there is Mwananchi, I also doubt whether kuna Mwananchi. If at all there are people who call themselves wa Kenya, wa maana, ambao wanataabika, it is now time for them to know that politicians, majority of them they do things for their for their own benefit. Ati wananchi wasikae pale wakitegemea politicians, even including Raila Odinga. He has become a typical politician who are selfish. Can you imagine now what is going on is nipe nikupe. They have forgotten wananchi wale walikufa. They have shelved everything. You can hear now they are talking of the government of Kenya is supporting Raila. You guys, when you listen to all this, what munasikia nini? Ama mimi nasikia vitu zangu. Najua labda hata mimi nanoki. So what are we for? What are we after? Tulikuwa tunafuata nini? Hii mambo yote tukiambiwa kura zimeibiwa nini? All this, what really are we being? What is it? This, now you have people having guts. All what they are discussing now, they don't care about you and me. And that's why I keep on saying, wananchi, rise and revolutionize what you want to revolutionize. Don't talk about leadership. Kenyans, you are on your own. Wadosi, dynasties wanakula sasa. wanakula madodo, matoke, Uganda, wapi, including Raila Odinga. He has ended his legacy in the most disastrous manner. We will forget him like yesterday. Baba ametulet down. Now he's dining with those who have bloods in their hand. This is the morning moment. Actually, topic ile mungeweka hapa, it's Kenya on the morning. We are mourning those who believe in the cause of truth and justice. Those who believe on those kids that were shot dead. Those who believe whenever they came out for the so-called Mandamano in support of Baba and Azimio. I think it's a moment they should ban everybody else. According to me, there's no future for this country. It's the dynasties now. Where's Kiza hii? Uhuru wanting this, Raila wanting this. Where is the Mwananchi? Mwananchi yako wapi? Shadizo na Douglas. Saa hii hapa sasa mna analyze vile wadosi wanagawana mambo. Vile wadosi wanagawana mali. Mwananchi yako wapi? Hii ndio the worst moment for me, because I'm seeing the doom I've been talking about, in our country, Kenya. The Mwananchi has been abandoned. Mwananchi yako peke yake sasa. And nobody should come here and tell me, oh, Baba needed this. Baba ange-apply hii mapema kama alikuwa ataenda, angewacha watu wasiuliwe bwana. And it's not the first time watu wanatoka maandamano believing that Baba ameshindwa. Kumbe hata labda ni yeye anapeananga hii kitu bila sisi kujua. Then he plays around with us. And I agree with all those people who are so bitter with Baba, and we were feeling like, no one should touch Baba. Baba says left, you go left. Baba says right, you go right. Now we have goofed. We are in the worst moment. Raila going to AU will not benefit anybody. It will only benefit he himself and his family. It's just a UN job, an international job like any other. Anybody can go for. Now imekuwa sasa ndio the topic in Kenya now. We are discussing that, and it is of zero benefit to individuals. What has the road, from Dakar to Nairobi and all this got to do with somebody in Mbere? Does the person in Mbere need food right now, or they need the road to be constructed across the Sahara? It is so sad that we are now where we are. It is so unfortunate, but I'll listen to what people think. But for me, I can see sasa imefika ukingoni. The answer is here, and Kenyans, you are on your own. Okay, kila mtu kivyake.
Oh, we have lost Stone PK, but I think Stone PK is coming back so that he can give more details. And it's getting hotter. Please don't just watch alone. Invite somebody to watch with. Kinaenda kueleweka. Stone is back. Ndio huyu anakuja. Continue. Okay, but Stone PK.
Yes.
Before you continue, we would want to ask you a question. Uendelee nayo. So what happens if Raila goes to AU and fails to get that job? What happens?
You will go to the gutters. You will go to trash. You'll be trashed.
Does he come back and ruin the politics?
Raila can't ruin anything anymore. He's gone. Baba, let me tell you, you are young. When you want to do something, lazima ukae na, you have to really have principles, Baba. Raila is a total mess now. The best he can do right now is to back off. Right now, he calls a press conference and he says, Ataki. That way, wananchi wata continue to try. But he goes all the way, then he fails. He will have been duped like a child. He will atakuwa duped like a baby. And to confirm that is how he's been That's hivyo ndio amekuwa akifanywa. Despite him being an elder, you know, elders deteriorate as they grow old. They become senile. Yeah. Wanakuwa wanasukuma kama wheelbarrow sasa. And that's the problem. But you know, for us, we are there believing in him. Oh, and all this, and all what he's making is mistakes. These are huge mistakes, Douglas. Aende aanguke, akirudi hakuna mtu atataka kumsikiza. You will only be having a, okay, you have some little fanatics who will be there, but they will do nothing. And he even spoil Ruto. He will hata haribia Ruto, ati Ruto akose kulala. No way. Ruto anakuwa amempaka matope, amemwaibisha all over the all. They are happy when, you know, walisema huyu mzee wacha tumvurute chini tu, atachoka, we will be lame. That is what they are doing. It's like, you know, wild goose chase. Now they are running there, running for AU. My friend, running for AU to do what at that age? You know, he doesn't see he's being wasted. The little energy he has, angekaa nayo hapo Kenya, tupigane, tupindue huyu mtu, tumpatie kiti. But sasa ameachilia. Na huyu mtu kumbe ni mwerevu. This man is really, oh my God. I never had admitted his nini. But I think Ruto ni gondi wa mtaani. Unajua mkoro wa mtaani? Uwezani na yeye ni gondi kabisa. Gondi mnoma. Yenyewe nimemuinamishia. Yaani amechora mpaka baba anakimbia na ulimi nje.
Nikuulize. Don't you think pia Raila ameona, I mean, that's the end of him in, you know, Kenyan politics. Do you think that he can oust, do you think he can still be president hapa Kenya going to 2027? Ama ameona it's over for him in Kenyan politics?
Yeah, aliona ni over because anaogopa. Unajua, for him to be president lazima kuwe na bloodshed. Unaona? Lazima tupigane ndio tunyang'anye huyu mtikiti. Sasa yeye anaogopa hiyo. Kwa hivyo amegive up. Si ati alikuwa atapewa hii kiti kama mrenda na ugali atishika baba kula. No. Ilikuwa kutaenda kitu. Na pressure ile alikuwa anapewa na mwananchi, I think he is given up. And we had agreed his exit iwe soft. Aende tu na huko softly. But now ameanza, oh my God. Siku anajua mtu legacy unaweza imaliza na kitu nini moja, one mistake and you are forgotten completely. Because that is what will happen.
Stan, do you forget that even if I drink milk 99 days and kunywa siumo the 100 day I'll die?
Thank you. That's a good analogy. Yes. Umekunywa sumu one iota of cyanide and you've been drinking drums of milk, you die. It's true. And that's mistake. Hiyo ni mistake ma politicians wengi sana wanamekigi. When you reach optimum, you blunder and kwisha. If you read for people like Akina Karume, Akina the rest, utaona, you know, some tenacity they had along as they were doing these things. And you will see, walisimama. Look at Nyerere. I want you guys to be always, because now you guys are political analysts and moderators. During your free time, cheza clips za mtu kama nani Nyerere. Like you play 5 different clips. You will see one consistent tenacity. One thing that you'll admire. And you will see that throughout his speeches, his action, and that is very hard to maintain. Nyerere alikuja mpaka akaamua na akatandika Uganda. Who does that? Alipoona Idi Amin analeta ushenzi na nini na hako kasauti kake kakonda, alisema nia tunayo, nguvu tunayo na uwezo tunao, tutampiga Amin. Man, that is the president. Tutampiga Amin. Na alifanywa nini? Alitandikwa. That is what you do. Na kalikuwa kamtu kafupi. Nyerere was a very short guy. but he was no nonsense. Lakini mzuri anazungumza vizuri. Same thing with people like Kagame. You know, consistent. Si unayumba yumba hivi. Mara maandamano, mara I'm so disappointed in my baba. So disappointed. Ni vile tu mtu haezi kuacha kuita mtu baba kama ni baba yako. But I'm so I saw this thing in our morning here. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't. I thought nikaanza kuangalia nikifikiria ni ile watu wameanza ile mafake nini. Wapi bwana? Ama ni mimi nafikiri vibaya. Ama nyinyi mnaona aje bwana?
Ametuachia Kalonzo.
Wacha kuniua zaidi bwana. The best yani sasa watu yani sasa tunaachiwa Kalonzo tufanye nini na Kalonzo, Sadiso na Douglas? Hebu nielezeni tufanye nini?
Muwipe machozi.
Basi tutalia sana bwana. Yeah, maybe we need it. Manake tuna need kuwipe hii machozi for the next mpaka Yesu akuje. You know?
Itabidi mmejipanga msaidie na wananga mkifanya hivi. Sasa itabidi muongezea sasa vizuri.
Do you know tunacheka Shadizo na Douglas. Do you know what this means? Do you know what it means to our country called Kenya? All what is going on. Niliambia watu Uhuru si mtu wa kutrust. Watu wakapiga nduru hapa, is the best president Kenya has had. Sijui nini. Ambia uchali huyu. Unajua sisi watu tumegrow mtaani, tunaangalianga mtu na diagnosis zingine nyingi. Tunakuangalia chini, tunakuchungulia, tunakucheki nyuma vile unatembea, tunakuangalia vile unabonga, kama uko saa zile umemeza tembe tunajua, ukiwa soba tunajua, saa zile wewe ni gondi tunajua. So mimi niliambia watu uchali huyu ndiye atauza hii nchi. Aliuza Bomas. Sasa ati unasikia ati anaweza kuwa anaendaje kusimama ati kiti anauliza kiti ile Raila anauliza hata nyie amjiulizi. What does that mean? Two people from this. I mean, really, what is this? What has become of us, honestly? Is there anything we are not understanding? What is it, honestly? Watu wangu.
Stone PK.
Yes.
You know, when you want to attract a dog,
yeah,
you must have a bone. So if you want the dog to follow you, you must be the one with the bone. So Kenyans, you are carrying like a dog. Now you are following the bone. So where the bone is being taken, you will follow it.
Can you imagine nchi ya Afrika sisi ndio tumeanza kuwa yani, I think sisi ndio wajinga katika Afrika Shadizo na Douglas. Ama unajua kuna saying inaendaga too much werevu inakuanga kisu kwa mwenyewe. It's an African proverb. When you think you are too sharp, you are too good. Inakujanga inakuwa negative kwako. Yani makali inakuwa makali na kukata wewe mwenyewe. Werevu kwa Kikikuyu inaitwa oge. Oge is sharpness. So wanasemanga sharpness ya mtu inaweza ikawa ndio atajikata nayo. Are we Kenyans destroying ourselves with a lot of these assumptions and what is happening? What is happening, honestly? Siko shida.
Itabidi mmejua, wacha tuone hii video clip ndo tukuharibu kabisa.
For Azimio leader Raila Odinga's bid for the African Union Commission chairmanship went a notch higher earlier on today when President William Ruto, in the company of Odinga, toured Uganda to seek the support of Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni. In a statement released by State House, President Ruto and the Azimio leader met President Museveni at his Kisozi home, where they discussed Odinga's candidature. Now, the leaders also discussed Kenya and Uganda long-established diplomatic ties, which includes bringing all the 7 East African community nations closer in the ultimate goal to form the East African Political Federation. Ekeza Sacco founder Bishop David Gakuyo.
Hivyo nini?
Shadizo, wewe hebu niambie hiyo ni picha gani?
Mimi nakwambia Raila sasa ana ride kwa Kenya Air Force One.
Is gone. Yaani ni nani huyo? Wewe jinyo watu. Ni nani yani anabonga na nani na wanaenda kwanza atadedishwa. That's another thing. Muhesabieni masiku. Ile makodi ya Ruto. Ananikumbusha Garang. Mnajua Garang? Mnajua Garang?
Ni nini hiyo?
Garang amumjui, ule alikuwa wa SPLA South Sudan.
Zi.
Hey, hapana mnamjua. Ule ndiye angekuwa president wa South Sudan ikipata kwani nyinyi watoi wa jana bana? Where jana is when? Amjui vita ya South Sudan? Ulizeni hapo kwa comment, muulize Garang alikuwa nani? Garang alidedishwa hivyo. Alikuwa ndiye angekuwa president South Sudan. Na alibembelezwa akaingia hivi, anaingia ma meeting huku na kwanza na huko kwa Museveni sijui na wapi. Yakatoka hapo anaenda na helikopta yake, hatujuagi kile aliona yeye ndiye anajua. Kwa hivyo conclusion yetu ni kwamba hii maneno yote tulikuwa tunaambiwa Azimio tulikuwa tumeshinda, Azimio ilifanyika hivi, ilikuwa ni vipindire basi. That's the conclusion. Alafu unasikia sasa ati Azimio watasupport bill zile mmekuwa mkisema sijui nini should come down. Now Azimio is supposed to accept and support housing levy na kila kitu, everything that Ruto is talking about, in exchange for Baba to be supported. Can you imagine? Really, this is unimaginable. It's unbelievable. It is terrible. It is unethical. And you can't tell me that's politics. This is murdering wananchi. That's why wananchi should tell off everybody, including Baba. Tell him off. You are trading all the evil you've been talking about for the sake of a seat at AU. Oh my God. Hii nafikiria nini? Kama dunia ilikuwa itaisha saa, nafikiria ndio mwanzo wa dunia kuisha sasa. I think we are headed there. It is true there will be the head of the
let me ask you the poll question today.
Yes.
Stone, let me ask you the poll question as we continue also to contribute to us that. Do you feel like Museveni will support them or not?
Well, for me, I don't really care whether Museveni supports or he doesn't support.
And by then, Museveni is very influential and powerful in AU.
In what?
Very. AU.
No.
He is.
No. Museveni is supported, of course, by the thugs. Wengine ma thugs ni na he is old there and all that. Si ati yeye ndiye ata nini. if you want to know what AU is, if you look at it, it's a very rotten thing that no one should be proud of. Very rotten. Ni hao wazae wa hiyo rika ya huyo ambassador nani. Can you imagine those tumuzae sitting and all what they are talking is about what they have looted from the peoples in their countries, and you expect them they are thinking and talking about African unity and development. Those tuzaes in the wee hours, surely you expect results, you expect positiveness, you expect good news. What good news? What are the indicators? AU was formed in whatever time up to now. What is it they have achieved? Give me two things. At peace in Africa. Which peace? They are the agents of rape to the wealth of this country, because all those presidents are thugs. Hawakuchaguliwa na wananchi. That's why you see Central Africa Republic is now rebelling na inawaambia we dare you. We dare you. And you will see what will happen. Revolution itatoka huko Mali, huko Niger, huko Burkinabe huko. Kwanza Burkina Faso is the best in recruiting mercenaries, by the way. They are the best. Hao ndio wataweza kunini wataweza maybe kuokoa Africa, but not hudu tumzae ati AU sijui nini. Ukiangalia ambassador anaweza kusaidia na nini? They are just protecting their wealth. So especially young people, you are on your own. The doom is there. It has been spelled. Don't even talk of politics. Don't even talk of Ruto must go. Maybe you just join the chorus of Tumuombe Mungu and you start praying. Yeah.
Haya, jibu huyu.
Anasema nini?
Raila has done his part.
Achana na hawa, these are myopic people. What part has he done? Which part? What part? When you start something unamaliza. When you surrender unasema umesurrender. What part has he done?
Ni Jimmy Ombati. Ni hivyo anasema.
What part has he done? You don't stop the job. You complete the job. When you start saying I've done my part, that's cowardice. We want him to die doing the job. Then we know he has done the job. Not to tell us that he has done his job, but kuna history tanini. Those are people who are very funny kind of looking at things, but they are allowed. It's people's opinion. You don't leave the job and done at halfway, then you say you've done. Hata mzee kwa familia, he dies doing things that he's got to do, not betraying, going there umalaya ya kutafuta viti and you're pretending that you've done your job. It's very disappointing. And I wish Kenyans would rise and put all of them in the garbage bins.
New ones would rise.
Yeah.
There will come a crop of new ones.
Yeah. You know, human beings, wengi wako very selfish. Anybody seeing Raila's move as positive are very selfish people. Very selfish. But it's allowed. You can be selfish, but don't pretend that you are fighting for people, fighting for masses and all that, and then you abandon things in the middle. Kwanza you mislead people. You even make people die. Then ukisha surrender, you don't tell others, let's all retreat. Angetuambia tu tuachane na Ruto, people would now embrace, watu waanze kuvumilia, watu watafute namna ya kusurvive. Yeah, but not to tell people tutoke tusitoke. Sasa It's very bad. Very, very bad. Very bad. It's bad. Sadizo, don't do that. Musije mkaf. It is bad to raise people's hope. Kumbe you don't believe in it. Ama already umeficha kadi, umeficha white. Na unajua vile utadu. It is bad taking people for a ride. Can you imagine hiyo multitude yote inatokelezeanga mimi nikiwa mmoja wao? Can you imagine hizo siku zote tumedebate hapa tukiongea tu ni baba. Wengine hata upigana hapa juu ya baba. Watu upigana hapa. Wengine hata waongeleshani bwana. Juu ya baba. Then you tell me that he has done his part. Hiyo ni ingine bana. Hiyo ni noma. Noma.
Jiro ndio anasema hapo hivyo.
Nani Njiro anasema nini Njiro?
Anasema anasikiza roho yake vile inapiga pole pole.
Jiro najua pia Jiro tukicheza tutamtoa ICU. Tukicheza
welcome on says John tujadiliane, John tusemezane, John
Shadizo na Douglas. Mnajua jamaa anaitwa Miguna. You know Miguna?
We know him.
Some of his comments about Baba will come to pass.
A very wise man.
Yeah, some things he said when he was very sober about Baba ndio zinakuja zikipass one at a time.
Yeye mliacha Miguna akawapisha mkamwacha peke yake kwa shida.
Nakwambia kama mimi nilikuwa sitaki kusikia Miguna akitusi Baba. Lakini zile vitu zote alisema wallahi ukicheki inakuwa tick. All the things he listed about Baba.
Naruto.
Nani? No, Ruto I don't care. Ruto mimi ile tu najua ni mgondi basi. You know, najua Baba ana vitu mingi, it's somebody who are looking forward. Gondi watu na nini moja. Unajua mgondi akisha kukona akuweze basi, amekuweza, uko chini. Atakumaliza tu. Mgondi aurumiangi mtu. Ruto is not going to feel huruma kwa mtu yeyote. Ananga huruma na mtoto ajaza. And his aim is not that. Evil has no mercy to anybody. Sasa watu ni kuchinjwa tu atachinjwa.
Sikiza hii swali. Kuna somebody is saying, Njiri is saying that so the way forward, let us break Azimio and people chat the way forward. I have the question from Njiro. Also, Stompike will be looking for that.
No, I would expand Njiro's idea again. Other than even talking about nonsense called Azimio, it is every county goes. Kila watu warudi kwao. Yeah, we become small kingdoms. We disintegrate into that. Then we can now tutapigana, seduce each other, tutongozane. And when I come to tongoza you, tunaongea, why do I need you? Why does Rift Valley need Central? We go now talking that way. That will be now Mwananchi talking. Why do I need Nyanza when I'm in Kakamega? Why do I need Northeastern when I'm in Eastern? We want, because we've been living a lie.
Ndio huyo Hana anasema hivi, wacheni baba wacheni baba, kwani ni nini amewazuia kutoka? Sijui kutoka kwenda wapi. Wacheni blame game. Bado baba. So what do you speak about that? Tuanze nawe Douglas. What do you speak about that?
About what?
Hiyo anasema tumwache blame game, mwache blame baba.
Unajua jua kali alimba song fulani akasema nimewacha mkule siku mingi niacheni pia mi ninone. I think Baba took that advice literally. But you know, my only issue with Baba all along has been, why does he you know, take people out to the streets, people die so that he can get what he wants? But you know, at the end of the day, anajua tu ni power tu ndio motivation. Vile tu nimesema, motivation ya any politician ni power tu. Say danganywa ati msi anapigania sijui nini. The only person who fought not for power maybe ni Nelson Mandela, because he fought, he spent his lifetime in jail, then he came and just stayed in power for 5 years na akasema I'm done. But motivation ya politics ukuwa power tu.
Stone, mimi sisemi kitu leo, mimi niko tu timu Azimio. Mmekataa mchezo. Somebody is saying let us close the channel and go home. Open another brand. Tuuze viatu hata.
Yeah, in fact that's another thing, because unless sasa kama channel ilikuwa ni ya, unajua kama ni ya biashara kawaida, that's a different thing, but if it was for advocacy and believing in, because I think we had only one in my belief, it was to advocate and fight for the stolen election, but now looks like that was shelved. Maybe it can change and ikuwe sasa ni normal tete-a-tete channel, tunakuja hapa tunaongea mother is better than father, tunakuja weddings are not good nini, you know, those kind of social things, kupitisha time, but not at mobilizing and sensitizing people for revolution. That word should be deleted from Kenyans, and as I keep on saying here, Kenyans have no problem. It is a few of us who've been thinking kuna shida. Tumekuwa tukijidanganya sisi. A few people, Kenyans are suffering. Bei ya vitu iko juu. This is that. Kumbe ni a few of us. Other Kenyans are good. Watu wanaendelea tu. Wanakula vizuri, wanakunywa, wanafanya hiyo mambo yote ingine bila wasiwasi. Naelewa bana. Wacha ni adjust hii simu yangu, sijui something has happened, and then ninaingia tena, narudi tena, I'm checking out.
Okay, as to adjust the phone, please, I urge you people, welcome inside the studio so that we can discuss this out. You can have the great conversation together and we can have a better solution. Manake ni sisi tunaumia, nyinyi mnabebwa kama ojinga, X mmefanywa ati nyinyi ni mang'ombe. You look like animals zenye mnachungwa na rungu. Please, Kenyans, come and tell me the truth. Do you look like the disabled cows with big horns? But the funny thing is they have been fed well. Okay, anyway.
But big horns that they can't use to fight.
To fight for themselves. You are there. You are just be controlled the way people want. This is high time we stand up and we discuss this out so that we wapi penye kuna shida.
Personally, I think, can I give my opinion? Personally, I think right now where Kenya is, I think the best thing that can happen for Kenyans is if Azimio broke down. At least that way, we will have people thinking for themselves. But ikiwa kimoja hivyo, you know, people will just, you know, follow where Raila is gone, and, you know, they will all end up in government. You'll see, sijui nani amekuwa appointed in what, nani amekuwa appointed in what. People will just sit there waiting for Raila to get the EU job so that they can also get jobs there. I think the best thing that has happened for Kenyans now ni that Azimio broke down. You know, wale wenye wanaenda na government the way Baba has done, they go that way. Then we have those who will stand, use their mind, use their brains, bana, and say, no, this is what we, you know, we are going to fight for Kenyans, because we are Kenyans too, and we feel the pinch of what is going on in the country. I think that's the best thing that can happen for Kenya at this point. If Azimio just broke down and, you know, everybody went their separate ways and we saw new coalitions, you know, people people going forming new opinions and you know, new fronts, fighting for what is right.
Hey, Douglas, mimi sisemi kitu leo. Comment section imeshika moto. Mr. D anasema kwamba mkiangalia hizo ng'ombe hapo nyuma nyuma ya picha niliona inakaa tu sisi hizo ng'ombe.
Tunaonyeshwa sasa ni ng'ombe.
And then George anasema Mr. D, vipi? Jina yako? Kenyans, please, I invite you. No. Come, let us discuss this matter out. It's getting out of hand as the Raila kicks on the campaigns, and as we continue, it's getting hotter. Please, I invite you people, and people in the comment section, I invite you also join us so that we can discuss this out, and also we can run together as we go into our next part or the next our next segment of our show tonight. Please, I urge you, come so that we can discuss this out, so that we can debate together as well as we wind up together, and we can come to an agreement where we are knowing where but before we come back or we travel back, as I'm coming back with the people in the comment section, let me just go for a commercial break, and we will be right back here on Sound Candid Talk. Don't go away, just keep watching.
You are watching Sound Candid Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe. Are you looking for video live streaming services? You want your church services to be on air? You do not know where to market your goods and services? At Sound Candid Talk, we deliver the best live stream services for your events, product and service launches, conferences, weddings, and lives. Reach on us today. We provide live UHD broadcasting for church services, talk shows and podcasts, weddings, live bands, products and services launches, webinars and trainings, Zoom meetings, conferences, seminars, exhibitions, and virtual concerts. We help your event, trainings, shows, and so more to the world through internet broadcasting in UHD. We provide from 1 to several camera setups and integrate graphics to live in your live streams. For more information, contact us through +2547 18454585 or email at soundcandidtalk@gmail.com. Sound Candid Talk, making sense of our politics, is seeing live for them. Tonight.
Kenya is the most stable democracy in Africa. Kenya is the gateway to the East African market. Kenya is the leading regional financial hub.
Na eneo hii yote Makueni mlisimama imara juzi. Manake maandamano iko kwa sheria yetu. Kama wewe umekasirika, wewe huna imani ni yale serikali inafanya, una haki ya kufanya maandamano.
Mimi nimeangalia na nimeona ya kwamba hii serikali tuko nayo ni serikali ya majabasi.
Na hata niwaambie, ukisimama imara vile nimesimama straight namna hii, hakuna mwenye anaweza kukupanda kwa mgongo. Unajua hivyo?
Tonight, Sound Candid Talk.
Welcome back as we roll down, as we continue discussing this out. Please, I urge you people, don't just watch there and be there alone. Please invite somebody to watch with and be part and parcel of this so that we can drive together and we can discuss it. On the comment section, naona kuna chomeka lakini tunaona maji tu baadaye, lakini wacha tu ambiane ukweli. Anawakaribisha nyote, njoni tuweze kujadiliana, njoni kwa hata tunatazama peke yake kwa section na huji ndani ya studio. Njoo ndani ya studio, njoo tusemezane, njoo tuambiane ndani ya studio, tuambiane kinaga upaga. Kama kuna mahali tumekosea, tumemwaga mtama hapa ili tukaweze kujua nini. Naona mtu anasema hapana. Hapo sasa Mr. D. Mr. D kwa anasema nini? Anyway, wacha tusikize nini. Naona watu wanazidi ati baba amesema nini? No, okay, wacha tusikize hiyo na tukizidi kuangalia kama Kenya. Okay, Kenya tumeanza kukua kwa dimension nyingine, sio uchungaji, sio nini, sio viongozi. It's like Kenya kila mtu anachezanga tu mpira kupeleka saidi yake. Sasa hii Kenya ni mimi na tumbo yangu. Kama kitu haifaidi tumbo yangu, sawa. Stone PK hapo ndio tunaanza kufika. Hebu tutazame hii ndio tena tutokee pale. Sasa hii ni Kenya na mimi na tumbo yangu. Kama isaidi tumbo yangu, I don't care about anybody else. I'll use even people to make sure my stomach gets better. Hivyo ndio Kenya sasa hii mmeamua. Mtatumia hata watu wengine ku make sure tumbo zao zinashiba. Look at this.
Ekeza Sacco founder Bishop David Gakuyo has been released on a cash bail of 10 million shillings after pleading not guilty to 12 counts of obtaining over 1 billion shillings by false pretense. Gakuyo, who was arrested on February 21st at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport while en route to Zambia, is accused of committing the offences between 2015 and 2018. The arraignment came even as more complaints camped at the DCI headquarters, recording statements and submitting their complaints against the preacher.
As and when required.
While appearing before Milimani Senior Principal Magistrate Benmak Ekubi, Bishop David Gakuyo and Ekeza Sacco Society Limited were faced with 12 counts, 11 counts of obtaining over 1 billion shillings by false pretense, and 1 charge of conspiracy to commit a felony. The prosecution accused Gakuyo of obtaining money from thousands of Ekeza members with the promise that the Sacco was in a position to grant a loan 3 times the amount invested. He was also accused of pretending to be in a position to sell a parcel of land to an association, a fact he knew was false. Gakuyo denied all the charges against him, and his lawyers asked the court to release him on cash bail. The court ordered that he be released on 10 million shillings cash bail.
10 million Kenya shillings with 2 contact persons will be examined by the court. And the further directive is that one of the contact persons must be an employee working with the government or public officer. And then the first accused person to deposit his passport.
As the court session was ongoing, hundreds of Ekeza Sacco members flocked to the DCI headquarters to register their complaints, while others got an opportunity to record statement with the detectives. Among those who turned up in search of justice were old women and people living with disability who had invested their money in the Sacco with the hope of getting more returns or get a parcel of land to build their homes.
Tulikuwa tumeanza chama ya walemavu PWD. Sasa tukaonelea tukue tuna save, sababu physical work hatungeweza tununue kaplot. Tumesave about 40,000
mpaka wa leo, na ni karibu miaka 6 imeisha, sijapata hiyo title deed. Ndio sababu nimekuja hapa, nimeleta mastakabadhi zangu zote, nimeziacha hapa. Wameniambia niwaachie, nimewaachia hata contact, wakasema wataniita ndio nije niandike statement, ndio upelelezi, uchunguzi uendelee kufanyika.
Tulikuwa tunafanya kazi ya hawking by that time because it's on 2016. Na nilisave mpaka 2018. Ile time nilisikia kuna mambo inaenda ya Ekeza si mzuri, nikasema nifanye withdraw. Tukaambiwa tutapata pesa yetu within 30 working days, na after that hakuna pesa tulipokea. Tumejaribu kufuata for that long time mpaka sai. Okay, kwa jumla mimi nimelose 1,300,000.
The victims said they are hopeful that justice will be served. Gakuyo is expected back in court on March 7th when his case will be mentioned.
Stone PK, mambo ndio hayo. Sasa ni mimi na tumbo yangu. Kama isaidi tumbo yangu hakuna kuongea. Stone PK, can you get me? Hey, Stone PK. Stone PK. Go on. Unmute. Nasema saidi mimi na tumbo yangu. Kama kitu saidi tumbo yangu. Watu wengi
Shadizo, nataka niseme kitu.
Nasema hivi. Unaona hiyo video? Sasa hii kila mtu anatetea tumbo yake. Yaani unapiga mpira ukielekeza kwako. Sio pasta, sio nini.
Yeah, Kenya iliingia hiyo category. Tuli overtake Nigeria, I think something like 15 to 20 years ago. Tulikuja mbio na tuka overtake Nigeria kwa kila kitu. Actually, we took the position of Nigeria kwa kila kitu. Fake education, fake certificates, wash money, conning about land, brought maguta, all that. Anything you see in Kenya was happening in West African state. Hizo vitu zote unaonanga ni kama mchezo. Ile tunasikia watu unatoa shilingi 1,000 inafanywa inakuwa milioni 1. All those things zilitoka huko. Unaombewa, ati unaweza ombewa sijui ufanye nini, upakwe mafuta sijui nini. Hizo zote ni vitu zilikuwa huko. Sasa tulikuja tukaingia hapo. Si kanisa ikaoza. Na bado watu wako sijui nini, kila kitu. Kwanza mimi I don't even hata sitakagi kusikia, nikisikia mtu anapiga mlango kwangu ati akuje maombi, ninamfukuzanga ni kama mwizi, because I don't believe in them at all. My experience has been that they are all thieves, they are conmen. Makanisa zinaitwa limited. It has been proved most of the churches, most of those pastors are just selfish. So there is nothing really new. And this is where Kenya was headed. Ilikuwa itahead huko. Normally these things are controlled early by the leadership. Like the way Kagame has control in Rwanda. In Rwanda huwezi enda ukijidai unaanza kanisa. Ati unaamka asubuhi leo unaanza Shadizo Gospel Church. Utatii. Na alisema he doesn't care what you talk about him. Ukisema ana interfere na freedom of prayer, freedom of worship. You worship in your bedroom. Stop going to corner other people. Omba na bibi yako huko. Have you seen in church in Kenya ati bishop lazima awe na bibi yake, mnapigwa photomi. Tunaweka maposta wewe na bibi yako ati naona watu wanafuata. Anyway, hiyo ni mambo ya individual, but to answer you, there is conman, wizi zote ziliingia, zimeshuka Kenya kwa jina la wokovu and all that. But wale wanaamini hizo, it's up to them. It's again individual. Yeah. But we've lost everything. We've lost everything. We've lost politics, we've lost church, we've lost and now the youth have lost the faith, which is very bad. They have no faith in whatever you do. Unaambia mtu Bwana asifiwe na kuangalia na macho, anashindwa ni Bwana gani wewe unasema asifiwe. Yeah. So it's not a surprise when Gakuyo started conning people. Watu wengine walikuwa wanauliza ati ni pastor. Alikuwa pastor kutoka wapi? Gakuyo, maguta broti, maguta. Si ni yeye wa hizo maneno. Unaona, it's only the poor people who get conned. Ndio unaenda una save tule tu pesa una hustle jioni umepata 1,000 unapelekea Gakuyo.
Alafu so let me ask a question, a simple question. Okay, watu wazima wapeni nikiuliza hiyo swali, but let me ask a simple question. Mtu anasema baba hajatukataza kuenda nje. Mwingine anasema tuache baba apumzike. Mwingine anasema ati baba kuenda AU, nyie mtaki baba akuole vizuri. Alafu then juzi mlikuwa mmesema the MPs wa Azimio waitishe maandamano. Si ndio? That was the truth. Wakasema walitoka kwa parliament wakipitisha ile mswada ilikuwa ya bill kusema na ile house ndio hawafikiani, wakaamua kutoka nje na wakaamua kuenda. Mimi kama mswada ilipitishwa because wenye walibaki si walikuwa wengi kuwashinda. So kama ilipita ama kama ilikataa ni hivyo. Mkasema mnataka kwenda street. Mimi nataka tu watu ambao wanasema baba hajakataza mtu kutoka nje. Muniambie. Hata mkitoka mkiandamana, mnaandamana ati haki patikane. Na ukweli itolewe kwamba Raila alishinda kura. Sasa ataacha kwenda kuvai for AU akuja kae kwa seat ama mtafanya aje? Ama sasa hiyo kweli itawasaidia na nini? Stone PK. Nianze na wewe.
Hiyo ni closed chapter nani Shadizo. Sahau mambo ya ati maandamano, kura iliibiwa, ukweli ikuje, nini. Hiyo sasa ni wewe na mimi hapa kwa studio ndio tunaongea juu ya hiyo. Hiyo ilipitwa na wakati kitambo. Wakati tulipoanza maneno ile uliposikia watu wameambiwa waende bipartisan. That's when kila kitu iliwekwa kwa kaburi ya sahau. The story of kura kuibiwa, it died then. Story of baba ati alishinda died then. Story of the numbers were approved, all that died, and they accepted Ruto as the president. Remember, they all started referring to him as Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. All of them, MPs was Raila himself, Kalonzo, all of them. Wote once umenikubali, unaniita bwana ama unaniita saa, sitosha hiyo guy. Sasa mnaenda kutafuta ukweli ingine gani? Ukiangalia kuna mtu wa Azimio aiti Raila, aiti Ruto president, His Excellency the President. And ulikuwa umesema ameiba kura. Then amekuwa His Excellency. We are going to ask, we are going to negotiate with the government to bring the cost of living down. We are going to negotiate. We are asking President Ruto to. We are asking. Si ucheze hizo maclips watu waone. Azimio accepted Ruto kitambo. Ni hapa social candidate tu akina Stone PK wamekuwa sugu. But those who matter have accepted and wamekubali and they have moved on. That's why today is my last day here. Because sasa sijui nitakuja kuongea nini. Bana Shadizo. Mimi sasa nimefika mwisho juu sasa mimi nilikuwa tu Ruto will go. Sijui revolution nini. So those are non-existent in Kenya. Sasa ni kukaa tu sasa tusome na yetu. And I to go to what I was telling people. There is heroism in retreat and in surrender. Una surrender tu Shadizo, unasema mazee nimewezwa. It is hiyo kwanza tunakupigia makofi na tunasahau. Lakini unaanza kupiga huku chini kinyoka chini kama panya. Huko sijui nini unazungusha, unageuza mara Jumatatu, mara tutoke siku 2 kwa wiki turudi, mara mara ile ilikuwa agenda number 1 imerudishwa number 3, ikarudi number 4, ikarudi number 5, alafu ikarudi haitaju. Wena umesikia lini watu wakisema Ruto aliiba kura? Ni hapa kandi talk. Huko nje watu wanaongea juu ya rais, hata karibu atakuwa anaitwa mtukufu rais William Samuel Ruto. Kwa hivyo Azimio is finished. Alafu there will never be at the election at the mnaenda at the campaign sijui nini. You will be at the whims of Mr. Ruto. It is a bitter truth. It's a bitter pill, but that's what we need to swallow. Yani tuzoee hiyo sauti na zoea huo uongozi, tufinywe, tuamke. Wale watabaki na wale watakufa. Unfortunately, very very sad. That's why I said today was the saddest of all sad moments, when now we hear Ruto, Uhuru, nani wote wako pamoja sasa. They are together. Wanagawana hiyo mamambo hizo sasa. Zile dynasty ulikuwa unasikia ndio hizo zinacheza na itafika. You see, all this is what happened in West Africa, in the Western countries that have gone through revolution. Hao ni vile waliharakisha, waliona mapema, and they are very bright. Wakaona hakuna, politicians are not on their side. Okay, and then they had brave jeshi and all that. It is okay. Somebody will say, oh, they have died, it is coup after coup. That's what happens. Napiga coup, Shadizo unakuja unaona Aston Piquet alikuwa amepromise atafanya hivi, unanipindua. Douglas unapindua mara mingi mpaka saa zile utapata the right whatever. It is okay. It is acceptable. It is very acceptable. Hata Kenya saa hii kukaweza kuwa na revolution, we will divide. Tutajidivide, maybe tutarudi into tribal cocoons. Mimi nakuja kunegotiate as a guy from huko Mbere. Mimi nasema kura zangu 200 sileti kama sipewi kitu fulani. And we will go back to what I'm telling you. Yeah?
Yeah, this is the ball with the plate.
Ngoja kidogo nije.
Okay. Wakurugenzi, tunapomalizia awamu yetu, na wazidi kuwakumbusha kwamba zidi kubonyeza kidole cha subscribe ili tukaweze kupata na vipindi vingine pia, manake vipindi vinakuja vingi. Mjana kutakuwa na kipindi kingine pia kinakuja ke one on one talk kila siku ya wiki, na tunajadili mambo tofauti, mambo kulingana na kusaidia jamii na kuzidi kusongesha jamii mbele. Na nazidi kualika nikawaambia kwamba njooni tusemezane, njooni tujadiliane, njooni tuweze kukua kwa kitabu kimoja na kurasa moja ili tuweze kuelewana vyema na tuweze kusonga mbele pamoja. Tafadhali nawakaribisha nyinyi nyote, njooni tuweze kuongea pamoja, njooni tuweze kusaidiana ili tuweze kujua Kenya inaenda wapi ama Kenya inasonga wapi. Wale wote ambao mmechukua na sisi kwa studio, nazidi kuwasabai tu na nazidi kuwashukuru. Nikianzia na Moses, nashukuru sana, na ukuje Edith, ukuje Njiro, ukuje Athaniel, Athelia, thank you. Naona Hana, thank you Hana. Naona Tatu Juma, thank you. Naona pia Ann. Naona watu wengi, naona 2TV. Anaitwa Asali 2TV. Asili 2TV. Thank you for those who have been with us up to this right moment. Namuona Mr. D anasema kwamba Mugabe niko pamoja kaka. Okay. Thank you for those who are the people in the comment section. You are doing great job. Let us keep the vibe. Let us keep going. Let's keep continuing moving on and on as we bring Kenya to a better place. Please let us discuss this also, that we can know how we're standing, because Imefika, it will try. I feel like we can turn this channel to be the channel to help people. To try solution for our problems and sort everything else and help one another, because Imefika wanasema hata watukumbuki, umamua kujikumbuka wao wenyewe, they forget about other people. Because this, it's like the game is like, if I'm not getting the percentage inside this game, I'm not in it. So it is how much am I benefiting towards the game. That's how I'll rank the games towards how much I benefit towards the game. That's how we are looking towards, like, okay, sasa imeanza kwa ile deministi kwamba ile Nyambura alisema 2 yangu 2 yako 5 yangu. So we are going back to that.
If I may voice out something.
Yes.
I see, the direction of this channel not going in the in the right direction. I think I should address something even before we move on. I really like what Edith Mbea has said in the comments, and I think you should pull that up. So, the problem is
you
that
can just read it.
Yeah, okay, so I'll just read it loud, although it's on your screens. I get disappointed when people supposed to be intelligent behave confused. All through, have you been fighting for someone? I think she meant to say all through you've been fighting for someone. We exposing stupidity.
you're to fight for a cause, not for anyone. I think that's the problem. That's a problem with our country.
Okay.
And I may call it, psychophancy, so to speak. I think the idea should be, you should be fighting for a cause. What was the original cause? To fight, to fight for better lives for Kenyans, to fight for good governance, to fight for the right values in society, all those things that we envision for a country. But the problem is we embody it in someone, and when that someone chooses something for themselves, we feel disappointed, and we give up the fight. That's the problem. But I think we should stay on course, fight for the right thing, not lose sight of what we want.
Okay, Douglas, no, I'm not refusing that losing the fight, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, but let me ask you a simple question. You claim that your goods have been stolen. And then I come to help you. Then it reach a time, you yourself, you decide to withdraw. And you take another side, or you decide to choose another option. So will I continue keeping fighting for your good to get back your goods, or will I quit?
Okay, I choose to abandon my goods.
Yes, and get another, because you have seen another opportunity. You can take it.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
So I will continue fighting.
That's the problem right there. Were you people fighting for Raila, or were you people fighting for yourselves?
Let me ask you a simple question. Like, generally, many people were fighting because Raila claimed the election had been stolen. Okay, trying to
Every
bring.
time I hear that, I hear I feel like laughing.
Because why should people fight?
Because people don't learn from history. Every election. Okay, I hate to say this on this show, but every election, Raila comes forward and says that his election was stolen. Then inside some chaos come up, and in the midst of that confusion, he gets something amazing, and the chaos go down, and everybody goes home. Some people go home unhappy, but at the end of the day, Raila goes home happy. Yeah. So I think the next crop of leaders, and I've said the best thing that can happen to this country, because we cannot just all go out and start mandamano. There has to be one person leading the fight. So that's why I've said the best thing that can happen for Kenya at this moment in time, with all the hardships that have happened, because the script is going to replay itself. In 2018, there was a handshake. Then Baba got a job, and then just everything went down, and Uhuru, went on just doing what he wants. Kanza kukopa madeni left, right, and center. Doing what he wants. That script is going to replay itself. Don't expect anything good. And I think the best thing that can happen for this country right now is if Azimio broke down and we have a new crop of leaders who will fight for what is right.
Mimi leo Stone anazidi kutuambia kwamba we should know the way we choose our mini. But okay, there's one thing that I need to understand now. Sijakataa mambo zingine zote zinaweza kuwa zimeenda diversity, and now how can we bring it now so that we can have this solution?
Maybe Stone PK has disappeared. Okay,
because it seems like okay, people, the moment you say that people are fighting because of Raila, it seems like it's looking awkward. So you mean like people should stand up and fight for the truth? Anyway,
people should fight for a cause, just like someone has said in the comments. People should fight for a cause, not for someone. In South Africa, when people were fighting anti-apartheid, people were fighting for, people not being segregated. That is what people are fighting for. People were not fighting for Nelson Mandela. That is why he went to prison for like, how long was it? Almost 2 decades. And people continued to fight because they were fighting for a cause. They didn't sit down and say that now we are defeated because Nelson Mandela is gone to prison. They continued to fight because they were fighting for a cause, not for Nelson Mandela. They were not fighting for one human being. They were fighting for a cause. They were fighting for what they think is right. And I think that is what is supposed to happen here in Kenya. And yeah.
But if the leaders that we elect, they don't want to help us, anyway, let us Kenya help. Let Kenya people know that one thing that I can know, that this is high time that Kenya we stand up and fight our own battles. Don't expect somebody to fight for you your battles. Martin Markndeto.
The other day I was listening to Ruto. He was speaking in he was speaking a few days, but I had it. He was speaking a few weeks ago when he went to, I don't know if Italy or Turkey at the Intergovernmental Summit, something like that. So he was speaking of a guy who lives in Kenya, and he lives in the village. He's never been to Nairobi, and he works online for a German company. And he claims that he's enabled that. But do you know what it means to work online for a company as a young person? People who work online, as a young person, to work online for a foreign company, for instance, in Germany. First of all, those jobs are meant for people who are citizens of that country. For instance, if you have a company in Germany or in America, like remote tasks, those jobs are meant for people who live there. So if you are to work for them, you have to buy a VPN so that it appears like you are there, and it's a lot of money to buy some of those things, to buy those accounts. So Ruto thinks that it's just easy. All you need to have is a computer and internet, and you're good to go. But it's not that easy. So we are going to expect things like that. They're going to lie to us, but Kenyans should just understand that it's now you for yourself, and whatever the economy that's going to become, just have to keep doing what we do best. Just have to keep fighting for ourselves. Tumebaki na all we're left with is ourselves. Yeah.
Wow. Mi sisemi kitu. Naona mtu anasema kwamba ati wenye Samburu did the maandamano, where was Raila? Okay. Me, my problem is not about doing the maandamano, or I'm not having a negative perspective. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, let us not just do things because we are doing them. Let us do things with a target, with a goal, and with an aim. Because the moment we just do things because we are doing it, some point doesn't make up change. Because even the law of physics say that even if I push this wall and doesn't change the distance, even if it take 20 years, I haven't done any work. I haven't done any work. So Kenya it's not just about doing maandamano. It's not about blaming Raila because he leaves. It's not because Raila gave it up and because Raila decided to join the UN. And that's the thing that Stone K is bringing up. That's the question that Stone has been asking more often, and then people feel like he bringing negativity inside the studio. It's asking then, after doing this, what next? So what is the income? So it is high time we stop doing things because we are doing. Sometimes if we feel like maandamano is not working, what is the better way can we bring up so that we can end this?
Maandamano works.
Okay, I wouldn't say that maandamano not works. I've said if we don't feel like maandamano is not working, or we don't feel like the other part is not working, how do we come in with some permanent solution?
Because PK is suggesting a coup. Overturning the government.
Because if we say that if somebody is asking, like my Mukenya Mukora is saying that when he went to maandamano, And where was Raila? Yes, I'm agreeing. Raila was not there. They did the mano.
So it's possible without him.
It is possible without him. But what is the achievement?
Huh?
What is the achievement after it?
I don't know. But women went to Maandamano on Valentine's Day to fight against femicides, and I think the government has set up some what are they called? Committees. To
you see about the other time
elaborate on
Kisii went Maandamano because Nani killed some people and also injured other people. That was a serious issue, and they went Maandamano on a serious note. And what did it took place? You see, after the Maandamano, they tried to destroy the people and kill the hope of the people, making it to look like everything is dying. So that's why I'm asking Kenyans. It's high time. The moment we start up at the Maandamano that we are going, it's high time we remember that. Come out in the Maandamano. Let not just go once, or not twice, or not three times, and then we come and sit. Because the moment, like even if in the colonial period, where they were fighting, they never used to go today, tomorrow you don't go. And they have the principle like the army. The army, they never accept that there is defeat. It is we go back, we strategize, we do what? We come back.
We come back.
So if we decided that we will fight something, we fight for 2 days, and then we so when will we get the
Maandamano started, and it was very consistent until someone got a handshake, and there was a bipartisan NADCO committee to confuse people. People forgot about the Maandamano. People continued with their lives, and what makes me angry, at least in 2018, he was bold enough to come forward and say, shake the hand and, it's over for you guys. It was good working with you out there. But, this round, he just kept quiet about it. And people didn't even suspect that something happened. People just imagined that, let's just listen to what Kalonzo and Ishungu are saying in Bomas. Let's see what will come out of it. Although we are being told that nothing tangible will come out of it, but no one paid attention to Raila. People are still there waiting. What will Raila say? Will Raila call Maandamano? People are still hopeful that he will call Maandamano again. But, there was already a handshake in place, and that was sealed. And so the NADCO thing was just there to confuse us. And at least in 2018, he was bold enough to come forward and say, what, guys, even though he had not informed his other guys in NASA. It was NASA back then. He just did it alone. But at least he was bold enough to tell Kenyans, this is what has happened. You go on with your life, man. At least people... there was closure and people went on with their lives. But this time it was just silent and people are there. They're still, there's nothing which hurts more than false hope. You're just there hoping for something that is not going to come. That sort of kills you. So at least in 2018 with Uhuru, he was bold enough to come forward and tell people that, it's over. I'm now okay with this guy. There's not going to be any Maandamano or fighting for you guys. And that sealed the fate. And, we had other people coming forward and making noise here and there for us. But this time it was so quiet and people are just there waiting to see what will happen. For months. People are still there waiting for what will happen. And then this.
Wow. Maybe I appreciate Kenyans. Kenyans indeed Kenyans are great people. And what to me I feel like, okay, they support Raila. Also they are supporting him to join the AU. And we are not denied that. We have agreed as Kenyans. And also there's nothing much you can do it and say except to support Raila. Because there's one thing that I know. whether it goes bad or good, when something belongs to you, okay. When so there's something that you can't breed away, the brotherhood, the blood,
Yeah. That's one thing.
That's one thing that we need to
about Kenya.
understand. So the moment even Raila goes away, it's still meant to be just a Kenyan and still meant to be our own. So me, what I think is like we have to strategize, even if we'll persevere up to 2027. But the thing I feel like Kenyans is like, what can we struggle like? What can we raise up and have a better board for IEBC? Because the biggest problem begins with the IEBC.
With the IEBC, how?
And
How?
because okay, if you are given the mandate to run something for your brothers, will you be corrupt or will you be run it is fair and square?
We've okay. The problem is not IEBC. The problem is our national values as a country, because the corruption in IEBC is not it's not only in IEBC. It's all across board in every government institution, even in EACC, the body that is mandated to fight corruption. So it's a corruption issue that it's the elephant in the room. It exists in every government institution, and even in every government institution. So, but we've had people in IEBC who've stood with the truth. But what happens to them? They are murdered. Yeah, we've had people who've stood with what is right, and they're murdered. People like Musando, they stood with what is right. So we have one of those people every now and then. But what happens to them? IEBC is a very dangerous job, because you are dealing with politicians, and politicians are, politicians. They are politicians. So, okay. So, I don't know what we can do to make IEBC work. Maybe if we take its offices out of Kenya and take it to where those ballot papers are usually printed, maybe the elections won't be stolen. Yeah.
Wow, somebody's like, do you guys want to know the truth about the out 2022 or start out 2027 is it's gone. Take that to KCB Bank. Okay, anyway, I'm not disagreeing with people, but what I normally feel like sometimes I normally feel embarrassed, but what I still give just Kenyans hope, because we will still stand to fight for the justice.
Right
Anyway.
now, the only person who is fighting for us is Okiya Omtata. That guy is is a national, should be protected at all costs. Every time we see Okiya Omtata in courts, we know we are safe.
Okay, Alafu, and then as we wind up, because at least we are on our last part, let us wind up with this one. What do you think about, this issue about the pastor, not even the pastor, about the Sacco? You speak about that trusting Saccos. And also we still found even the Sacco that have been there for long, but we find also there's some scandals going through up there. Sometimes we find people being squandered the money, others even not having a good vibe with it. So what do you feel like we can do for this, like the people who have been stolen their money, to get their justice?
There's nothing we can do. It's only the matter is now in court.
The court, yes.
And it's the court that can save them. There's nothing that we can do. The only thing we can, Kenyans can. Okay, this is not a now problem, like I said. It's something. It's a scheme that is very old. It's someone comes up and registers a Sacco, and set up an office and they employ good salespeople. They go around telling people that if you save with us, we're going to give you 3 times what you're saving with us. No, it sounds very, very, very good to your ears. It's tasty. Imagine if you're able to save 50,000 and put it somewhere, then you're able to access 150,000. You know how long that can take to get a bank to give you that kind of money. So it sounds really easy to the ears, but the only way to safeguard, because chances of a 30-year-old Sacco running away with your money and a 2-year-old Sacco running away with your money, I think the odds are in favor of the 30-year-old Sacco.
So what do you mean? You mean so though you encouraging people, those who are beginning to bank up with Sacco, they don't go for the younger Sacco?
Yeah,
and what
what
about the beginning, those Saccos that are began?
Those Saccos that are beginning?
Yes, because even that the ones that were 30 years ahead.
Yeah, they started from somewhere. Yeah, true. But I think they just have to, if you get into the Sacco business, I think you just have to know that you are getting into a space that people don't trust very easily. At some point when I was starting out, I was selling insurance. Selling insurance in Kenya is very hard. Do you know why? Because people don't trust insurance. And the moment you go up to someone, maybe they're seated in the office or something, and you tell them hey, I'm so-and-so and I work for so-and-so insurance company. That's the end of their conversation with you. In their mind, you're already a thief, because insurance companies, they just take your money, and then when you go to claim, they don't pay, because that is the precedent that they set. People, they stirred up the market. That's what the market perceives of them. So right now, these Sacco guys, when you get into the Sacco business, I think you need to understand that you are getting into a market, okay, how do I put it? A market or a business that is tainted, that the image is tainted. So I don't know what that does to new companies. I am in favor of older companies, because they, by virtue of them being there for that long, means that they have built that reputation. They have earned their trust in the market. So it's easier to trust them, because there are people who've benefited. There are people who've put their money there for years, and they've been able to grow their investments. They've been able to do something with that money, and they've not had those cases of their money getting lost. Yeah.
Well, Kenyans, I don't have much to say to appreciate it. Each and everyone who have been with us up to this very moment. And I see Athanel say that let God bring the judgment to Kenyans. Indeed, that's the only point that I feel like I can put it across. Let God give the judgment. So what is your take as we close up? What is your...
My take is, I think Raila Odinga has defined Kenyan politics for far too long. And I think he's exiting from politics, actually a good thing for the country. It's a time for Kenya, to reshape its political views and get out of this realm of psychophancy and personality cults in politics, where we look at people like politics belong to them. So we end up not fighting for ideologies and cause, or a certain cause in our country. We end up fighting for people. I think him exiting the political arena is a good thing. And I really hope that Kenya will be able to sort of reconfigure itself and form new political views and where people fight for themselves and politics don't belong to one person, and someone can rise, a Kuru Okot can rise and, say, I want to be president, and people will listen to him. I think Kenya should get to that point and think this is that moment in time. Should stop like worshipping one person and thinking that without them, Kenya cannot move forward. That's my take tonight.
Wow, I really appreciate it. Thank you for those who are watching up to this right moment where we are coming up to the end of the day. I really appreciate it, because for those who are joining us, Lala and also Stone PK, I really appreciate it. And also Mkenya Mkoro in the comment section, Jiro in the comment section, and on the comment section, and other people in the comment section. I really appreciate it for joining and being part and parcel of this segment. I really appreciate it. So thank you. Let us meet tomorrow, the same place, the same time. Let us discuss this out. But Kenyans, what I will add to encourage you is that you are the people that have the solution. So you need to work out the solution. Mambo ya kuachia solution imegwama kwa njia. You know that also you will end up blaming other people because we didn't execute the plan.
We end up blaming other people's fathers.
So it's high time we stand up and we strive up. Kama umepewa pale ya kucheza cheza kama Mkenya, let us, and also let me remind you, let us just have the urge to campaign for the patriotic. Inakaa hiyo kakitu ka element kama anza kutoka ndani ya Wakenya wengi, the patriotism. The moment you are patriotic to our country, you can't betray your country. The moment you are patriotic to my brother, I can't steal from my brother. The moment I'm patriotic na nimepewa responsibility kama hii ya Sacco, I won't mess up with people's money because I know hii ni ya mama mboga. Imagine mtu kiwete wamejenga association, they have raised some money to support themselves, and then they bring to your Sacco and the money disappears. How do you feel they feel? Sometimes wengine wao wanajikaza, mwingine hata amechoka ile kuombaomba kwa barabara, ama kujiunga na wenzake ili wasaidiane waache kuombaomba kwa barabara, so that they can be able dependable to themselves. Then they end up going like to scratch, going back to zero. So we need to make a Kenya a better place. It takes me and you to make a Kenya a better place.
I think the baseline is love. Once there's love, everything falls into place. If you're doing something out of love, then everything falls into place. If you are in business and there's love, then I don't think you can just swindle people's money. So everything is love. Even if you're in politics and there's love, then you're going to do good, despite or in spite wanting to make profits. You're going to make them the right way. You're going to only make what is rightfully yours, and not take what is not yours. Yeah. But I think again, Kenya is a very capitalistic country. That's why we have some things amongst us. That's how capitalist societies work. People are always looking for what is in it for me, and never really minding about the next person.
Okay, we really appreciate it, and we will appreciate for those who have been with us this moment. I see Stone PK is back, and Stone PK has been asking a query, and the question that have been with dilemma, thinking that anyway, we don't speak about negativity, because what we need is we need a better Kenya.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what we need is a better Kenya.
Tutake tu nchi bora nchi.
Nchi bora. Kenya should still be proud of Kenya. The African continent, Kenya has to be mentioned in the top 10 of everything good. Kenya is a good country, and let's be proud of it. And let's not hate Kenya now because of a few people making choices that we feel like they chose to be statesmen, and now they've chosen something else. You can also choose to be a statesman and fight for this country and be the next Raila Odinga or Tromboya.
Thank Stone PK. Back to you. Anything to tell us as we wrap up? Stone, can you get me?
Amnisikii?
Tukusikii. Hapo sasa.
Hata saa hii?
Sasa endelea kwa sawa.
Nasema Douglas amenichekesha, amenifurahisha sana. Amesema Kenya ni top 10. Ni one of the very nice countries.
Yeah, but they
physically, yes.
Go Google, by the way, a top 10 African countries with, say, the best education system in Africa. See if Kenya will not come up. Google
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Najua.
Yes,
you know you are talking with somebody. Kenya, yes, physically good. Physically it's one of the na nikwambia nchi za Afrika physically karibu zote ziko poa sana. Sasa kwa wizi, yes, we are top. We used to be very nice, lakini sasa wizi we are number 1. Mahali hatuwezi chaguana vizuri, number 2. I mean, we are among the top. Corruption among the top. Name it. Sasa hizo negative zote na tulikuaga vizuri tulipoanza. That's what people should be thinking about. Not saying that Kenya is one of the best, is one of the best.
I don't
Alafu hii nchi inaenda kwa shimo.
Okay, I don't think there's an African country that is not corrupt. Even South Africa, you know, the largest economy in Africa, is very corrupt. Probably even more than Kenya.
Ukiwa mwizi usiwe mwizi. Unanisikia?
Unaona kuja ukikatika katika, sijui kwa nini.
Your voice is
audio yako inakuja katika katika.
Acha network ya super. Tumia data.
Can you hear me? Stone amepotea. Tumepoteza Stone tena. Najua atarejea baadaye. Kenyans, I don't have much to say. I don't have much to speak. I just wanted
but
to
then there is also something that I don't know if time will not allow, but maybe later we talk about it in the course of the week.
Which one?
You know, there are going to be casualties in Kenya Kwanza, like what happened in Ruto. Is Gachagua, I think someone has mentioned it. Are there going to be people who are going to lose their place because Raila is going to... because power is not infinite, so to speak. Power is limited. So when someone comes into power, it means they're taking up someone's space. So someone has to leave. So is that going to mess up Kenya Kwanza? But I think that's a question that only time can answer. So there are going to be people who wataanza kulilia huko nje.
What I think is, what I understand is Kenya politics imekuwa kama football. The ball in the field inadunda. You don't know where itagongwa next time, itadunda wapi. So wacha tuzidi kutazama na tuzidi kungojea na tuzidi kushukuru kwa sababu tunaona mambo yakienda vizuri.
There's someone on the comment saying that okay, Kenya presents themselves well to the outside, but ask a Kenyan citizen, not news and Google, they will tell you they live in a hell of a country. I'm telling you, even the citizens of America still complain and hate their government. There's no country where people love their government. Hakuna bana.
Because of
every country, hata America enda, hata China, people fight their government, people complain. But, you know, those people are living well. People in America, you know, they're living well. People in China, they're living well, but there's autocracy there. There's, you know, oppression, and people still complain. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, but you know, when you look at America, you'll say they have a good education system. You know, they have a good system. There's order. There's, you know, everything good. It's the land of opportunities. You know, but there are still things that people don't like, and you know, that is democracy. People are still going to complain. You know, Obama said that democracy means that someone is always complaining. There's someone who is complaining, and there's someone who is okay.
Okay, I appreciate it. I see at times going good, we are good, and I appreciate for those who have been with us, those who have contributed towards the other show. People in the comment section, indeed, I really appreciate it because you have brought the vibe, and I think we have vibe with the people in the comment section so much than even one-on-one on the screen. Because there I feel like people decided to go home, leave us on the screen. But I appreciate Stone PK for coming through, and I appreciate also people in the comment section and everyone, Inspiration Woman, and every other person. And please, what I'll urge you is please share the link. Don't just watch alone. And also number 2, do this. The moment you share the link, urge people to subscribe, also to like, comment, and share it. So that sikuwa tu tunaitazama sisi peke yetu, tunaiona sisi peke yetu, tutakuwa tunaipata kila mahali na kila msee, ili tuweze kujua pamoja, kusaidiana pamoja, kujengana, kutiana moyo pamoja. Okay, so KPK has come back to give us the closing remarks so that we can wind up together. Hey, Stone. We were wrapping up.
Yeah, I can hear you, only that my network is bad and mobile. Can you hear me?
Voice is clear.
Yeah, go on.
All right. Yeah, I heard you guys. 2 concerns as we wind up. My first concern is, I was telling Douglas, I appreciate its truth. We, no country is perfect. No human being is perfect, but should not be getting things wrong just because if your brother is a thief and you are the same family, it would be lazy to say, unajua, anyway, ni mwizi lakini ni bro. It's bad. It is terrible. Kama ni mwizi, just say ni mwizi, aende akajibu mashtaka ya wizi. So Africa is true. We have countries with a lot of problems here and there, but we should not entertain problems because other African countries are having that nonsense. Like Kenya, there is no reason why Kenya should not get it right politically, unless you give me a different answer. I've been here for quite some time, and there is no rocket science in getting it right. But because everybody else rigs wanaongana na nini, then we say ni sawa. It's exactly what we are saying now. So we shall be in that vicious cycle of mismanagement of economies na tunaita democracy. I just heard you saying the democracy is when others complain and others whatever. But one thing we should erase in our minds, in our country, is that nonsense called democracy.
I didn't.
Okay.
Obama did.
No, you quoted Obama. Obama said democracy is when someone else is complaining and another one is enjoying. Maybe I've used different words, but that's what you implied. And that is democracy. Let me say it this way. Africa should shun that nonsense called democracy. It's a total garbage. No one, it is nonsensical. It has not worked. It is, you see, these countries that cheat us and lie to us about democracy, they are doing so well. Yeah? Na yetu wanatuambia, oh, democracy. Na ndio wanakuja wanatufanyia kura zibiwe and all that. Anyway, for me, what I think is our country should have, I'm talking in past tense because tumepitwa na wakati. We are headed for hell. But what we should have trustworthy leadership, tukipata good governance, watu waanze kunini, it's okay, we can survive with that. But when we say, oh, Rwanda, the other countries are suffering, we are better than, don't compare yourself with the villains. Never even don't do your comparison. Just have your own tenets and principles. What do you believe in? You say you believe in God. You say you are a Christian nation. Are you truly following Christianity? You say you want to do democracy. What is democracy? Democracy tenet number 1 is when you have the proper leadership elected by the people, for the people. And it is election done properly and counted. Not when you have people stealing and you still say you are a democratic country. We are not. I can assure you we are not. We are not democracy. What democracy you are having in parliament, what you have played in parliament, what is going on in parliament, is there democracy there? Guys, you young people, stop your maneno ya democracy. It is all another garbage in Kenya. It is nonsense in the name of democracy. So I think we should either close shop and decide, yani tukae tu kienyeji hivyo, other than pretending that we are a country of law. Which law? When the law is iko side mbili, kuna ile ya maskini na ile ya wadosi na ile. I mean, really guys, when I hear young people talking that way, I see doom. Because the older people, especially my generation, ni ambaye niyo very close, we are in the same generation with Akina Uhuru and all that. We have failed miserably. Because our generation is a multi. It's what we call a multilingual generation. There are people who are born and bred in the cities, people who did not know tribalism, but we have failed to kill it. We have failed to even put elections properly. And yet our generation is the most learned, the most educated. Yet we have failed everything. Ukiweka checklist yao, tumeanguka, and that's why our children now, like you young guys who are our children, our younger brothers, you are going to flop deep. Because for you now, you are worse. you are trying to say that country is better than this, so I can do this. So and so, ni maskini, lakini mimi ni maskini zaidi. You know, those are really total kind of indicators of a failed human being. The second point nitoke is, let's ask ourselves, why are people not coming to the channel anymore? It tells a lot. It tells a lot. There is not, the hopes are killed. The trend where we were going, we've been tumetupwa off guard. We were fighting for a cause. We were fighting for revolution. We are not seeing it. People are not seeing that cause. So people silently think, well, hakuna kitu ya kunini. Juu sasa tutaongea nini? Kama sasa tutabonga nini kama Ruto na Raila wanakula dina pamoja? Na imekuwa sasa huyu apate hii, huyu apate yako, huyu apate. Sasa sisi wananchi walalahoi ama walahoi, what are we going to talk? Waste the time here discussing and trying to address who? So you should be concerned when you see the numbers falling. It's the frustrations people are having. Wengine watajikonsole wakisema, oh, ati baba na maisha yake. He is our leader. Never usijitolee kuwa leader when you know you will abandon your people. And when the moment you become a leader and people believe in you, you are bonded for life. You can't come and say, oh, I have my life as well. You knew you had your life before, but you've made people have you as their leader, trust you as their leader, believe in you as their leader. Never can you even, huwezi kurudi nyuma, huwezi kusema sasa pana nina maisha yangu, acha niende maisha yangu. Well, if you choose to do that, then you have to do it properly. You have to come, Uhuru Park, all of us go there, millions of people. You tell us the way you came before to ask us to be your follower. You come also to say, sasa ndugu zangu, mimi ni Moses, nafikiria sitaanza kwenda Canaan, tatokea Haron fulani. And people will be happy. They'll cheer you up. They'll bless you, and they'll move on. If I were Baba, that's what I would do. Nobody is refusing him to go wherever he wants to go. But there is a way to do it. In my tribe, it is said, if you come to ask for a hand of a woman, the way you come, you approach. Even when you want her, you are fed up with her, or you are divorcing. Wacha hii divorce za kizungu. You go back kwa wazazi with the elders and you say, mimi sasa, you understand myself, tumeshindwa kuishi. It is done very, very formally because you went there, ukauliza, na unataka kurudisha. Not dumping, not using and dumping. So people should not say, oh, wacha, don't ingilia baba, don't do this. Can also be coward. He can be told, like what is happening. You should see the mood of the people. It is terrible. It is dejecting. You can't imagine Baba eating and then some people are saying, oh, these people know each other from Kitambo. Then that is even worse. So they are duping us. And that's why we are complaining and saying we should reject them totally. Then people are saying, oh, in politics and in Kenya, it's not about politics. It's a matter of life and death. Politics ni ya wale watu wameshiba, America, Britain, au wanacheza politics kama soka because their systems are good. But huku kwetu Africa is a matter of life and death. If Stone PK ni mwizi na ndiye anataka kuwa president, it's a matter of life and death. In Kenya right now, we are saying, Douglas, you said we have the best education. Not at all. Not at all. We don't have the best education. 844 is not anything best. Tafadhali. We are that's check your fact. Now Ruto has killed it even better more.
Okay.
Let me finish.
There's something wrong with the audio.
So you can't hear me? Is it you or me?
I'm saying, I never said, okay, you've had a few misses that I wanted to wait for you to finish so that I can counter, but with that one, I just had to cut you short. I never said that Kenya has the best education system in Africa. I just said that it's among the top. That's what I said. I never said it has the best. I said it is ranked amongst the top. That is what I said. So stop misinforming people and, bringing out all this negativity to the channel. Yeah.
Douglas, you are not going to teach me at negativity. That is only vocabulary zenyu. We are talking facts, according to me. All right? And it's not negativity. You take it the way you want. Whether I'm saying this and you don't like it, you discard it. Don't take everything I say. Yeah? When I say that, Baba has messed this, if you think he is okay, you are not convinced, that's yours. We are not here to exchange. And I'm not misguiding anybody. I'm just doing my submission. Nobody should be misguided by Stone PK. And you should not come to this channel to guide anybody. We don't guide people here. You don't guide people. We have no authority to guide people. We are just here to say, discuss what you feel, what you think. I can't guide any of you. You are 32, men of 32. How do I guide you? Yeah? People just come here to exchange, to tete actually. And that's why I was on that point. Why we have lost people. There are many reasons. When they see like now it's a waste of time, because when you say this, you are told you are negative. Yeah, the world is full of people who see things differently. Okay, when people are protecting, oh, Baba is this, the others who feel frustrated because he has wasted people's time, which is, to some people is a fact. People following, people going for maandamano, people dying. Douglas and Shadizo, people dying because they have come out wameitwa waende maandamano, and we shun it. It's just because it has not happened to you or your brother, unafikiria ipite tu chini ya maji. These are very serious things. As a leader, when you call for mass movement, then you lose people and you give up. You only pay those who died by you going until you achieve what you're going for. Baba came with the figures. He proved it to us he won elections. And even the other day during Wiper's meeting, he said it. He repeated it. You should play that. So those are very strong things. Don't take them lightly. That we still believe we won elections. People spend money kufund hizi vitu, Bana Douglas na Shadizo. When you hear people being bitter, it's not at mchezo tu. Yeah, people have spent, people invested in these things, and people even lost their relatives. So it is wrong to come and put it so lightly that Kenya is a democracy. Kenya, Baba is free to do whatever he's supposed to do. No. In fact, he's supposed to be shown and told, you don't do that.
Isn't
it? Doesn't work that way. Back to you, studio.
Let me give Lala a chance to submit. Lala was submitting and then the network got lost. Lala, how are you?
I'm good. It's good to see all of you. Stone, I think good to see you. Sunday, that's new to me. Douglas and Shadizo, and all of you in the background there. I share the sadness that we feel because things have not turned out the way we envisioned them. And I heard you talk about democracy. And clearly, Kenya, we don't have it. And if we have it, it's at the earlier stage that many of us don't see it. I have not just traveled around the different countries, but I've lived in Japan, I lived in Germany, I lived in the US, and I visited, other so-called democratic, countries. And let me say this. What we have in Kenya is far, very far, and I'm talking specifically to young people, very far from what we call democracy. Vote in the US. But you know what? Today, I can go back and find out how I voted 2, 3, 4 voting in the past, because the record is there. Scholar students can go back and study the pattern of election, how things were. And if there's a complaint about rigging and all that, you're still able to go back. Like Trump complained over some kind of rigging. And when they went back and looked at the ballot, they found out that actually there are only 2 among millions or thousands of voters in voting that were, scrutinized. Only 2. And those 2 belong to him, people who kind of were his own people that tried to mess a little bit. And so what we have is just a mirage. We call it democracy, but it is not. It's really not. When you go for election, what do we do with money? That money that was spent. Listen to even what was going on just before. It's about money to bribe. What we do is to bribe the people. So when you bribe the people you get, got in those offices, thank God for their money. Not ideology, not anything else, but it's because of their money. So they own you. They own you. You got no voice. We can talk, you can do all this wonderful thing that you're trying to do, but
you're far away from decision making. They make those decisions on their own by themselves. They don't need you. They only need you during an election. They come and buy you, give you a few things here and there. And that's all you get. And now they send us out here to talk while things have been organized in their own way. It is sad. We don't have it. And this is why this time all of us believe that we will have a revolution, not a change of this person to that person, a revolution, because still we saw in Baba someone who embodied the ideals that we are fighting for. He was the embodiment of our hope to move towards democracy. And I don't understand this Ruto Baba thing. I hope he will explain it to us more and more, because sometimes Baba's surprised us some few times. This time, most of us are confused. A lot of people out there, the back there, are confused. And part of it we understand. Understanding is that Kenyans were not ready. When Mandamano was called, the people that we expected to be out refused to come out, and others were betrayers. And so the nation, though they wanted democracy, but they were not willing to pay the price to move in that direction for democracy. And so what has happened is very sad, because the West, the so-called friends, are very happy. They are happy because things are in the same place. You know, we negotiate things, don't have to worry about this. And the fact they call it African democracy, they don't call it like their own African democracy. They will call it, they know it is not. Most people, white people and others, they will tell you they know those are corrupt people. Even in the church, there are pastors that will not trust an African to handle their money. Okay? Because they want to colonize us again and again. Neocolonialism is when you believe you have it, but you don't have it. We are democratic. You know, you move around and go to conferences and say this is democracy, when actually it's not. And so young people should listen to us. What we have is a mirage. And I hope that there is something else I don't know that will help us move in that direction. But the science now leaves us confused, because clearly people died. I have a relative that will have to live with the trauma, disability the rest of his life, because I lied to him. I lied to them. I told them, I'm a pastor, go out there and protest and fight. That's what I told them. I told people to go. And I left the United States. I went back home to bury some of those people. I saw their body, I told their families. Now, how do I go back there when I go visit? What do I tell them if I don't see something tangible? So let's not shy from truth. Let's speak the truth. I don't know what is in the cooking. I can't know the future. I don't know what's happened with Baba and the rest of it. I just don't know. I don't want to put a period or a full stop. I will put a comma, but many are confused and are concerned, and they are not here. So it is for us to face the truth that people are hurting. They are hurting because the people that we demonize because we believe they're evil, and we know that they're responsible for the death of many of our people. They are the ones now being prayed for. Hiring a preacher from the United States to come and minister to the family. That meeting was Ruto's crusade. That was not God's crusade. That was to hoodwink Kenyans, to kind of Christianize illegality and make it look like it is of God. When God is saying, there's a big word in the Old Testament called Ichabod. The glory has departed. Ichabod. Glory has departed. There's no glory. But you see, people are using gimmicks, witchcraft, things to kind of structure the past, try to live in the past, when actually the glory is gone. And that's what we saw on that stadium. Okay? So, my fellow Kenyans, it's a choice that we got to make. Are we going to live in truth, pursue justice and true democracy that will care for our people, or are we going to keep ourselves poor? Africa is poor. You can look at the way we live. Watch television. Just watch television. Even go to the YouTube. Get maybe refugee camps in Ramallah, in the Middle East, okay, in Palestine. Look at the way they live, the kind of life they live, and take a typical village in Africa. Who are really trapped? Who are really the refugee camp? They're the Africans. Got no clothes, without shoes. They don't have nice home to live in, bathrooms. They don't even know. We still live like birds. That's how we live because of this cahoot of men and women who are interested in, they are full of themselves, about themselves. They don't care about you. You know, when we talk about democracy, I like to select maybe America or other places. Life is so important. Life of an individual. It doesn't matter whether you're poor, whatever. You see, there was one of the largest companies in the world, this Dow Corning, whatever, this company. And this company was bankrupt by just few people who sued them because of what they did. Okay? Multi-billion-dollar company. Because life is more worth than a huge company and corporation. Look at our people. Look at how we live. Look at Michael Chokora. Look at how others live. A public servant. Look at the kind of clothes they're putting on. In the United States, a senator, a congressman usually resign because they want to go back to the public life to make money for their kids. Going into public service means less money. It means you get a pay cut. It is not a way to riches. Look at Kenya. To become rich is to become a politician. You become a minister, all of a sudden you're worth many multi-billion. That's how Kenya is. This is not the same as all this part of the world I'm talking about. I told you I've lived in Japan, I lived in the US, I've lived in Germany and all those places. It is not that way. Being a public servant is actually means you're going to live less. When you're ready to make money, you go to the private sector, you leave. Okay, but what is going on in Kenya? And most of us are happy to clap to them. They give 1,000 here and there. That's not democracy. That's what is wrong. That's what Stone is talking about. And Kenyans must see it. I hope Baba still has another card to play. But what I see today is very discouraging. And that's what I want to say. Let me stop there, somebody to come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me hear Sunday. Sunday, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Go on.
Hi to everyone. It's always a pleasure to be here, and thanks for the good job you guys are doing. So mine, I've just been listening from the background, and it's PK who really made me come in, because I fully agree with what PK had said and what Lala is saying. And I've always said in this show that I'm not a fan of Raila. And when I say that, these are some of the things, like what he just did today. I don't know if it's today or yesterday, that makes me, never to be a fan of this guy. Because, like just like Lala said, that we lost a lot of lives. A lot of young people lost their lives for the cause. But now, what is that cause that they lost their lives for? A lot of guys believe that they're going to get something out of all this, but when you see Ruto and Raila eating from the same table, where does that leave the fight? Where does that leave everything at? So it's really discouraging, and it's just a show of what kind of leadership we have as a nation. We really have no leadership because our leaders are just selfish. It's all about them. Whatever they want for themselves, that's what drives their their decisions and their moves. You can't give me a reason. I see Lala is trying to play between the lines, that there is some card Raila is trying to play. Lala, there is no card Raila is playing. The only card Raila is playing is a selfish personal card. This AU thing that is on the table now is what Raila is thinking about. It's another food for him and his people. And when I say his people, I mean his family. Because if he really stood for democracy and what's right, he would be ready to let the AU thing go just to stand for what is right. If he believed that, Ruto is not supposed to be a Kenyan leader, he should not let that go for AU. He should say, if I have to sit on the same table with Ruto because he's the only person who's going to make me win this AU seat, I'd rather lose it. That is what standing up for something really means, if you ask me. I will not accept any, and no one would convince me that because of AU we should leave everything. The fight should be thrown to the dogs. That is all selfish. We lost a lot of people. We lost a lot of property. We lost a lot of businesses. Families are maimed. Mothers lost sons. People lost jobs. Our women lost husbands. Now Raila is seen with Ruto. And somebody wants to justify that because of AU? Come on, guys. Let's stop playing this game. This is the leadership that has messed that country. This is the leadership that has put some of us out here. Some of us want to come home, but there's nothing to come home for. Because 1 minute you're hopeful that there'll be good coming out of it, the next minute you see such things. I'm not a fan of Raila. I'll never be. I've never been. Because he does not stand for what he says. Some of you will differ. But that's what I see. That's what I believe. Because every time something comes up, he messes it up because of his selfish, reason and gain, like this one now. So I feel bad for the nation. I cry for Kenya. But to be honest with you guys, if the middle class will never stand up for what is right, we are headed nowhere. Look at Kalonzo the other day, showing up in the crusade. That is not really even a crusade. That is the kind of leader that now we are starting to have conversations about is the next person. Like, really? Look at Martha Karua. Where is she now? Gone silent. Those are the people we really want to bank on. I am so disappointed. Not on Raila, because I really don't expect much from him. I'm just disappointed in people like you and me who are trying to find reason to justify things that shouldn't be justified. We should call it for what it is. These guys are out to gain, and that's all that matters to them. Nothing else matters. It's not about what is right or what is wrong. It's about what I want, and what I want, and how I get it. That's it. So if we don't stand up, like PK is saying, if we don't come out like, PK has been saying, then it's a waste of time. That's why you see people are not in the show today. I've been in the back. Actually, I've been thinking of, people have lost hope. People are not seeing a way forward, and it's just unfortunate that this is the kind of, this is where we put our expectation. There is nothing really to gain out of it if these are the kind of leaders we are hoping for. So I'll be here, I'll listen, but that's my take. Thanks again, guys. Always a pleasure. One love.
Thank you. Let me listen to Julia. Julia, am I out?
Yes. Asante. Thank you, Shadizo. Nimeona hizo picha za baba huko kwa na Museveni na Ruto. And then, okay, first, I think yesterday I saw Kalonzo in that prayer meeting, but I was not surprised at Kalonzo's behavior because I think he always wants to be the good boy. And then Baba now, really, now that justifies the theory that Baba sold his heart to the devil a long time ago. I'm sure as many people will be mad with me at watasema ni plan, sijui ni plan ako nayo. But the moment that he shelved Mandamano, the moment we had rumors that Baba met with Obasanjo and Ruto in Mombasa, alafu wakakataa, both Ruto and Baba denied that they didn't meet. They actually met and they settled on a deal. And this is the deal. So Baba decided that for diapata hiyo mamlaka ya OAU, a share of hiyo Mandamano. Maybe he's tired and if I want to give him the benefit of doubt, and he wants to retire honorably. But then I want now to ask questions. These are hard questions. Has Baba even ever won any election in the first place? Ama 207. Did he really win anything? Ama anagojanga tu. Ana cause chaos alafu anapewa nusu mkate. Si alipewa nusu mkate. If he really, why does he go for nusu mkate in the first place? I have been a firm believer that Baba is the only person who can rescue Kenya. But now I'm trying to prove my thoughts wrong. Now I'm thinking I should change what I think about Baba. So those of you, I'm beginning to question, has he ever even won any election? Even 2013? Ama 2018? Kwa sababu gani? 2018 ndiye huyo handshake. Okay. Uhuru played these cards like peace. But did we solve any problem? What has been the cause of all these electoral malpractices that we have had in Kenya and disagreement, all that? It is because we have not had our IEBC has been letting us down. So 207 nusu mkate, serikali kuna prime minister sijui nini. So that was the end of it. I'm not saying people should die, but then people did not even need to die. Someone is saying that people did not need to die that last year. Even 207, that was wrong that people died. People are killed in Rift Valley. So now you want to agree with Ruto. Ruto saying he killed on behalf of Baba. He keeps saying that. Ati tunamlaumu na walikuwa na Raila kwa hiyo mauaji. Now 207 watu walikufa. Now huyo Baba nusu mkate. Did you address the IEBC? Did you address the electoral laws that make all these things happen? Did we solve anything? Tunaenda 2013. Again, we have malpractices in the election. Did we solve anything? Tumeenda 2018. Another malpractice. What happens? Do you Baba handshake? And then this is a famous KKS keeps saying that Baba was in the government. What government? He was not in the government. And now I really want to annoy people who follow Baba so much. Look at the places that Baba comes from. I want to agree that those places, the places are marginalized when in terms of development. So, Baba Kani, for all his political life, I think he should go back to his people and tell them how much he has benefited them. Ama they have been fighting for nothing. It is very annoying to see those pictures. I'm very annoyed. I'm a very annoyed Baba follower. And I'm beginning to question his moves and his intentions for those years that I've had him in politics. And if that is what Baba wants to do, I delete him from my history, my line of heroes, and decide that he's insignificant. He's just like any other politician. So that is what, if that is, unless he proves me wrong. Unless Baba proves me wrong and makes another turn for anything else, I'm gonna delete him from the queue of political heroes, because alianza vizuri ni kama wale Paul in the Bible aliambia, sijui ni the Church of Corinthians ama ni the Church of Ephesians, that walianza vizuri na roho wakamaliza na mwili. Baba alianza vizuri, he fought for the second liberation, fought for katiba mpya. And then what does he do? He always finished by selling himself to the devil. So can we conclude that all he wants is power and not to benefit the people of Kenya? And therefore now power is coming through the chairman, African Union. So what was Azimio? Now when we come here, I'm very ashamed that I've been here kitetea Azimio na Baba. And I even want to die for Azimio, like I can pick a fight with anybody who is talking ill of Baba. What was Azimio? When you come back to the show now, I don't know what you are going to be discussing, because from today henceforth, I've made up my mind. Sitatetea mwanasiasa yoyote. Let them go to H and come back riding on a donkey. Asante Shadizo.
Okay, let me listen to Selena.
Asante sana. Naona today we are Peter, people are talking, but the truth is Peter, ukweli ni uchungu. Nasikia Baba you was a hero, now it's not a hero. Chulia, Stone PK. Baba amesimama 5 times. Yes, aliipiwa ama alianguka ama alifanya. Sababu ya kuongea hii uchungu yote tu ya Raila, we are 50 million Kenyans. It is only one person. Amesimama, amejaribu, ameitisha maandamano. People are not coming out. Now, people are bitter. Kwa sababu punda hata amuka kuwatetea. For me, I heko Baba. Again, let me say this. Ruto si shetani ya Raila. Ruto alisimama na Raila. He was the prime minister. I want to repeat it. Kalenjin fought for Raila to the last man. And he was the prime minister that time. Who has betrayed Baba? Ni nani hao wanasema ikifika siku ya kura we cannot vote Raila? Then, yes, alitusaidia, amesema punda amechoka, ameng'ang'ana, he came out 3 times. Alipikwa risasi kari yake and everybody saw it. Watu wamekufa, yes. Those people who died ni supporters ya Baba, yes. And they can even die again. Kama Raila kuna kitu imemkusa. Mumechiuliza, hii wakati yote tunasurura na kuongea. Have you heard anybody from Nyanza akipinga Baba? Hawezi kuwa punda ya Kenya mpaka akufe ndiye muone ni hero. Na hero ya Baba itatusaidia nini? There are some people they want to protect their properties. Kama munasikia uchungu Baba ametoka, tungesikia uchungu tutoke tupige kura. Na kama walituipia kura, tungesikia uchungu tutoke tuende maandamano. That old man has tried. So why can't we tuachane na baba aende kando, alafu sisi wa Kenya, kwa sababu Raila amekuwa akijifanya, anaipiwa, anatafuta unusu mkate, anatafuta kuingia serikali. Why can't we hate other people? Wameenda wapi? Uhuru sahi ameretire. Wakati Ruto amechapa Uhuru, ni Raila ameamuka akienda na watu yake wakienda kuokoa Uhuru. We do not hear people talking. Now baba amesema I'm tired. Ametuachia kiwanja. Wale wanasikianga uchungu kuona Raila kwa ballot, he will not be in the ballot. So now Kenyans, choose the best president. Kwa sababu hula ametusumbua mwaka yote, tukiona china yake ni kukata kumira kwenda kupigia Ruto kura na kutoa Raila, is not in the ballot 2027. So can we come up, toeni mtu yenyu, asimame, ndio wa Kenya tupigie kura. Na kama baba, 1/4 of Ruto, let me say, Ruto is the president. I don't like him, but he's the president of Republic of Kenya. Wakifika OAU, hiyo kura moja ya Raila, ya Ruto, inaweza angusha Raila ama imuangushe, ipitishe ama iangushe. Ruto also has his own friends. Kama devils ni friends yake, kama ni wasuri ni marafiki yake. Akisimama sahi in need of Raila, aseme yes. You think Ruto ni mchinga? Anajua kuwin election. Na anajua kabisa alichukua kiti ya mtu. Kuna shida gani this time round? Akisema okay, when you are killed, sometimes you are killed. Kipchoge, for example, ilitokea rumors ati aliua hiyo kijana alikufa Kelvin. He never attended the funeral. He's a Kalenjin. Kwa sababu ile rumors ilitolewa na watu, he was so killed even to attend the funeral. Na walikuwa nakimbia pamoja marathon yenye ingefanyika this April. Nataka kusema hiyo for example. Those are the two sons of Kalenjin. One did not attend. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu ilisemekana walikuwa naenda kushindana na mwingine amekufa. Kipchoge akakuwa killed. Now even Ruto is killed kwa sababu alichukua kiti ya baba. So kama amesimama na kusema yes kwa guiltiness yake, wacha ni support this man. I know Ruto, yes, itakuwa easy for Ruto in 2027 kwa sababu baba mwenye alikuwa anamsumbua is not there. But Kalonzo, kwanza mumesahau, kulikuwa kumeanza vita. Raila alikuwa ameambiwa, you are not standing in 2027, you have to endorse me. Alikuwa amekuwa threatened. Why are we not inhuman? Kwani baba akienda OAU na tuko na nafasi, hata Uhuru warudi. Yesterday Raila alikufa na Uhuru. Tukasikia, isipokuwa nimesikia mambo ya Murathe. Me, I know Murathe is like Uhuru. Isipokuwa nimesikia Murathe akiongea, I was also bitter like, wow. So kan Uhuru aende Tanzania, aende asimamishe Kikwete, ama ye mwenyewe atake hiyo kiti. Lakini wakati nilisikia Murathe akiongea, nikajua Kenya kuna rumors wengi sana. Walitaka kupiganisha Raila na Uhuru. But anyway, hata sahi watu wanasema, well, wale walikuwa namwambia baba, wale watu walikuwa naona ni maadui ya baba, today wameenda kumsaidia. Wale baba alikuwa na hawa kwa kitanda. What really happened kwa election ya Kenya? How can the president of Republic of Kenya, how can the Matiangis, the ule Njeru, ule watu ya IT, wale watu wote walikuwa nashikilia serikali, what really happened mpaka Ruto akachukua kiti? Watu wengi walisema Raila alidanganywa. So, okay, it has happened. Atakuwa rais ya Kenya. So, mapenzi yetu Kenya ni kuona Raila mpaka tuende tumweke kwa kaburi bila hata kufurahi. Na kama ameendea pesa, who doesn't need money? Kama ameenda kwa sababu ya mshahara, kama amesacrifice uchana yake, Mpaka baba today I know Moi did something very wrong to Raila. Jenyata angemusamea. But
Okay,
you
Selina,
say,
let me listen to Comfort.
no, let me finish, or if you don't want me to be here, I was not even ready to come in.
Comfort, how are you?
Where's
I'm
Selena?
fine.
Selena
I'm
is
fine.
asked
I
to
think
complete
Julia
her
came before
talk.
me. Yes.
Where's Selena?
Go on. Continue, Comfort.
But
Let
what
her
happened? Yeah, I
finish,
think
or
she
else
had.
we are leaving
Yeah.
this channel.
Yeah, I
Selena,
think Selena did not wind up, and then Julia was there before me. If that's okay.
Julia
where's
has already
Selena?
submitted.
Selena, where is Selena?
Julia has already submitted.
Oh, she has. But can you let Selena like sum up what she was saying, just for the sake of equity and conclusion? It's bad when you haven't concluded what you're saying.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. I know I was cut off. Maybe naongea matope, but I'm talking kwa niaba ya Wakenya wengine wamenyamaza. We are not supposed to be bitter. Baba has done enough. Na kama wale wanaona akimalizia na madharau ama ni kwa wengine, but he is our hero. It is the hero for 6 million wamesupport Raila since 1997. He is a hero for those people who have supported him kwa uchungu, kwa raha, kwa watoto yao kulia makaburini, and part of Kenyans wanacheka. Wanakuja kutupa mawe, wanakuja kubomoa reli. We know, but I thank God from today. Hakuna kusumbua wa Kenya, kutupa mawe, kubomoa reli. They will relax like everybody else. Na kama Nyanza haikukuwa developed kwa hiyo miaka yote, nani amekuta watu ya Nyanza wakiomba? They have never gone to street kusema wanakufa njaa. Wanakula mioko yao, wanakula mutama yao, wanakula whatever they have. Hakuna Luo, they have never been in the street kwa sababu wamekufa na njaa. Those are people, they work hard. The most graduate doctors wanna compete. I hope Reverend Lala will say this to me. Nyanza wanna compete kwa village. Who is engineer, nani ni nini, and they have gone to school on their money. So ule mtu anafikiria watu ya Nyanza tangu 1963 they have never elect even one day. Kama sisi wengine tunaenda even me, I'm a Kalenjin. We are part of those tunaenda kuchakua chokora. Mtu akifika parliament is damn. From 1963 Heko Teluos, you have never been in the government na mumesoma na hakuna siku, na mimi nataka mtaniambia kama kuna siku wameelect hawa wanachakua professor, engineers, whatever all those things munaita kwa Kenya. So mimi sidhani kama Wajaluo, wacha niongee hiyo ukabila the last minute, awachakuja wanasaidianga Kenya. The Mbais, the Mboyas, wale wote wameuawa kwa kutetea nchi ya Kenya. Hawana tofauti na Raila. Hile Wajaluo yote wameuawa, hawana tofauti na Raila. They are the same. So, Musando did the best thing kusema election ya Kenya haitaipiwa tena. What happened? Walimuua, wakakata hiyo kidole, ndio hiyo nini alikuwa ametengeneza ilitolewa. Wakenya walitoka wakasema alikuwa na malaya. So, hata baba mkisema hiyo China hakuna shida. But at least kumbukeni Fidel Rosemary alikuwa mtu mzima mzuri anataka kusimama Kibira. What happened? We don't know. Watoto ya Raila. Actually that hiyo msee ako na I don't know even how Kenyans feel. Amuna huruma. Is justice suffering for Kenya? Nani amesimama na Raila? Nani amesimama na hiyo familia, from the children to the wife? Watu wanasikia uchungu. Kama sisi wenyewe tunasikia uchungu mpaka tunataka kupasuka. Can you take it to Jaramogi family? Hiyo uchungu wamesikia kila siku. Kama ameanguka ndio, kama anakuwa rope ndio, kama anataka nusu mkati ndio, wacha aende hiyo ingine. And for me today, kuona Ruto, kuona Museveni, kuona Raila is on his campaign of IAU. Hawezi kataa kukuwa na Ruto, atakuwa anaketi chini pale kupika kura. Hawezi kataa kwenda kwa Museveni, hawezi kataa kwenda kwa Samia Sulu. Si kampeni ya Kenya anafanya, na kama serikali ya Kenya inamsaidia, sisi Azimio at least tungesema huyu baba wacha apanguse machozi. Sisi wa Kalenjin tuna kitu inaitwa kupangusa machozi. Wacha papa, kama ni wakati wake, wacha aende apanguse machozi kwa
Mse alikuwa anaua channel. I think we have lost Nene. Comfort gone.
Hello, everybody. I can see many people there. Hannah UK, Athelia, Due Diligence, Shaima, Betty, Inspire Women, Jodinda. There's a lot of, you can tell today there's a lot of activity today. What I can say is that, one, this just goes to show you the power of perceptions. The power of perceptions. How somebody can, a photograph can generate so much without people waiting for Baba to tell us what he was doing. I'm just saying that I know that Ruto did hire a very big team and of course he also has his his online bloggers and a whole machinery. He expanded the machinery and all that. Perceptions are very important, and it's a very important tool. It's almost like what you call a nuclear bomb in a situation. One photograph can bring somebody down, another one can elevate you in 1 or 2 seconds. Now, we know for a fact that Raila is going for the AU position that requires a lot of goodwill from your peers across the continent in terms of how you're going to mobilize them. It's a position that requires the relationships you've built with people. And I think Baba has got no real problem with other African leaders. He can do the job. What has Baba said? This job starts next year, 2025, should he make it. Is he far away from Kenya? No. Can he meanwhile try and do something that is for himself? Something that can help the continent? Yes. Elections come, you're going to see Baba come back. Baba will come back. I don't know what many of you will say, but he will come back. But that one picture, people have debated it, and so the Kenya Kwanzaa has won. You don't know whether Ruto was invited, but probably he just made sure he'd fly there, made sure those pictures will come out on time. Because when somebody just comes in, you can't tell them now go. Because Ruto has already said he's going to support Baba. His UDA people, Akina Malala, have publicly given speeches and all that. But he needed that one picture to be with Museveni too. But it was not necessary. He's already shown it. Ruto wants to make sure that the country understands that he is behind Baba, and in the process, he's ganging up for the Luo bloc for elections. You have to just see him as that. He's the greatest strategist, I would say, amongst the politicians we have in Kenya. He knows how to strategize. So we shouldn't bang Baba for this. Baba has said yes, he's put himself for the job. We know that maybe he may go there and be transformational in the time that he will be there. But I do believe he will be back. Baba's heart is in Kenya. He'll be back. But there's some people who are really celebrating and want him to be gone, and they want us to forget him. They want to make him sound like Saliti and all that. Somebody who has won elections all those times. He's been imprisoned. He has brought us. He's brought us the devolution. He was for yes, for the new constitution. He knows what he's doing. I mean, if you find your boyfriend or girlfriend in a photograph with other people, you know your person better. If you know your boyfriend or girlfriend better, you know that person better. Ask them what was going on there. They'll explain. If you have faith, I'd be so scared if people can give up based on one photograph and miss the entire story. That is what people want you to do. You are going to speak ugly things about him. What if tomorrow he says, how could you, Ruto came, and that photograph happened, and he was there to see Museveni? Then you start seeing all the tribal stuff I'm hearing from Selena and other things. It's just, we're going down a very bad rabbit hole. We need to be more informed behind that picture. Let's not just give up. It means the perceptions have won. The perceptions are going to win. Look at the track record. Look at what he has done. He did bring people out. Yes, people died. He also would have died. We saw that for a fact. Yet he was willing. We are almost there, and I think let us wait to hear what you say, in my opinion. And yes, different tribes are gifted to do different things for the country. There are those who go for the intellect and the PhDs. I know you go to Kisumu, you say you have one PhD, or Nyanza, that is nothing. They're gifted in that area. There are many of them work in government, in institutions. They hold the government when all things are equal, there's no nepotism. They run many departments, the science and all that. We have people at the coast who who are in the fishing industry, who work in the whole import industry. We have tribes that take care of the business angle and all that. People contribute differently, and we shouldn't break into parts and start saying one is better than the other. We all have our contribution in one way. If we have to go the tribal way, we don't have to keep on going to the tribal angle. I look forward to a time when all that will be dropped away. And history with politicians, Kanu, Baba said we'll all be in Kanu for 100 years. All those people have been bedfellows around each other. Ruto did campaign for Uhuru thoroughly. They made it through because of partnering up. At one point, he did do politics with Baba, and they did almost make it. Okay, if it wasn't robbed. All these people, when they're there, they're politicians, and that politicians means they're taking care of their own interests. But this is where the track record comes, and let's just wait and see. Let's see beyond that, and let's hear what Baba will say. Let's not give up and tear the house down. He could have a plan, for real. He could have a plan. And we saw when Uhuru went to see Solulu, whatever, they were saying, oh, now Uhuru wants to take the job. He's going to tell Kikwete, oh, compete against Baba, based on a picture. People discussed that the whole day, that Uhuru was there to convince him to compete with Baba. Kikwete came out and said he was not. We're in a world of perceptions. And if Azimio does not beef up their communications and counter staff and be there immediately that photograph comes out, ask Baba, what were you doing? What was being discussed? What if it was even photoshopped? And then tomorrow we hear it was that they never even met. We need to have a good machinery as Azimio. Let's not just give up like that. I wish I wasn't the one counting on people. Let's give him a chance. Let's hear what it is. He may have a long game plan. Let's be there. Like what is his name? Sifuna said, even if he's in Addis Ababa, He can get to Nairobi faster than somebody who's in Homa Bay or in Kisii. He can, he can call directly. It's not far away. Kenya is still his home. He's just working. Let him go there, and at least he can, before the lights are out, he can say he did something for himself, even if it's for 1.5 years. I believe Baba will come back for these elections. And all this is just a plan with Kenya Kwanza to really, really paint Baba as somebody who's abandoning the race he's living. And at the same time, they're campaigning and wishing him the very best to be out of there. When your enemy is campaigning for you to leave the country, there's a problem. There's a problem. I think Baba will be back, and he's not far away, and he'll still be guiding us. And that's what I believe. Thank you.
Okay, was it Julia or Comfort? Or Comfort?
No, not Kim.
Okay, so you are talking about maybe these pictures are photoshopped. Okay, that is, I only want to answer to that because I know there are a lot
It may not be photoshopped. I'm just saying.
Let me just respond.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay, let me just respond. I know there are a lot of people on the show, and some of them haven't spoken, so I'm just going to answer to that. So on Baba's official X account, this is what he posted. So there's a thread of, he's the one who posted. So the caption goes like this. Several days ago, I accepted an invitation from President Kaguta Museveni of Uganda for a joint meeting with President William Ruto today to discuss the deepening of regional integration within the East Africa community. Then the second batch of photos, the caption goes like this. Crucially, at the urging of President Museveni, we also discussed my candidacy for chairperson of the African Union Commission. I'm very grateful to President Museveni for strongly endorsing my candidacy and to President Ruto for fully backing it. Then the third caption goes like this. We took time out of our busy engagement to visit President Museveni's Wanderers Cattle Farm in Kisozi. So let's stop romanticizing, this bromance that is going on. Let's just face reality. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to
Okay,
ask.
thank you very much. That
Can I
actually,
make a comment, please?
because you commented on something I had done, I'll leave you, Lala, talking. I'm doing one thing, I'll go away. Yes, thank you very much. In all that, where does it say that he's given up on Azimio? I said that position requires people to come together for him to be counted on. That meeting was not that necessary because it's obvious and it is clear, and he has, and Ruto has said it several times, he's supporting Baba. The whole of KK have said they're supporting Baba for that position. Okay, and that and then he has Museveni. The other things they may have discussed, but it doesn't mean that Baba is gonna abandon us. I'm just hopeful. They say hope is the last to die, and let's wait for Baba. There's still another day tomorrow. He was just there. He's still gonna go to other countries. Thank you.
Lala, for just 1 minute, please.
Yeah, just a minute. I appreciate my sister for those comments, and of course, Mama Selena. This is my point from day one, and that is Kenyans should have been in a position up to this point with Baba to be able to stand on our own. In other words, Baba should not spoon feed us. If he goes to Addis Ababa, of course, meeting other leaders, that's part of the job, part of the job requirement. And Kenyans want him because they know what he stands for. We should be able to do that. The fact that we are not even waiting for him to spoon feed us is part of the problem. We should have been in a position where we are able to say, this is what we want, and we can get it. Revolution means we're getting it and bring somebody we want to lead us. That's what revolution is supposed to do. Not a person coming, to guide us now and guide us. We are supposed to have internalized the message so that we are able to fight this battle, whether Baba is with us or not with us. If we still want Baba, We can get him from Addis Ababa to come back. But going around to galvanize support, that's part of the job because he accepted it. He has to meet all the people, whether it's Ruto, Museveni, all the leaders in Africa. That's part of the job. But at the core of it, what is it that we have learned as Kenyans? And I listened to Mama Selina very carefully. What is it? Is our problem tribalism that keeps us apart from each other, not able to galvanize around certain truth that should be part of our nation, identity? With one of them is election, the way it is won, and it should be the same every part of the country. All of us agreeing this is what are the things we need, and there are some which are non-negotiable. You can't state an election and still be a leader. Why would Baba go with that when already we have learned that as Kenyans after all these years? So the joke is on us as Kenyans. We should have Baba in each one of us because he has a great record. Okay? I know we are disappointed because we are still at the same place, divided, not able to come out, because we know the only way to win this battle is to come out. It's for us to tell this government to get it out of drive the people out of the office. And we can still do it. Why, if we haven't learned, let me stop here, all these years, why do we need Baba now? Let him go to Addis. But if we know what we are supposed to do, let's get it and call him back. Nothing stops us from getting Ruto out if we believe he stole the election. Baba is just one. The system is still here. The people that work with Baba are still with us. It's only Baba who is going around meeting all these guys. And we should know our leader. Is he that kind of person who will be bought and compromised? Has he been that way in his life? That is for us to judge. And I think we can depend on him. That's why we were, holding on to him. And so to me, the joke is on us. It's Kenyans. It's the young people. It is all of us, the older one like myself, that have failed us miserably. We can still do what we need to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me strike a missing.
Thank you so much. I greet you all, Shadisho and Douglas and Lala and Comfort, Julia, Stone PK, and Sunday. Okay, I don't know, but disappointed me. And I think we should stop hiding with glass. Don't know whether it's nyazi, eh? Kujificha na nyazi. Even that is what we say in our language. Wacha kujificha na nyazi. Kuhida na runyeki. Eh? You don't want no gehida na runyeki, you're still being seen. When you hide yourself with grass, you're still being seen. So here what you're doing, we're just hiding ourselves with grass. Yet the person on the other side can see us. I mean, sorry for making that general comment, but I would want us to go back at Uhuru Park when Baba aliapishwa kama the people's president. How many people were there? What a crowd that Baba had. If I had such a crowd, would I look back? But what happened in the evening? They were already handshaking with the Uhuru. They had already done that handshake. And that is why Miguna that night, the person who made him who made him swear in is the one who was being followed the whole night until he had to be deported. What crime had Miguna done to swear in Baba as people's president? And many people were very disappointed when they heard there was a handshake between Baba and Uhuru. And from that day, the politics of the day changed completely. We had a different Baba and we had a different country. All the things we are talking about, the election stolen and all that, we forgot about all that. Kenyans, we forget very easily. Have we forgotten that? Have we forgotten that many people got really annoyed when they saw that thing? And yet, there were so many people who were following Baba at that time. And that is what I'm saying. If I had such a crowd, I would not look back. I would lead the crowd. We would have solved that problem then. Come to the other point. We've been striking and going for mandamano because the elections were stolen. And many people died, as we are saying. But again, after that, there were people whose houses were demolished. Those ones who have constructed a house know the cost of constructing a house. It takes all your saving to build a house. Then it is brought down. What would have made us go to the street other than something like that? People were left without anywhere to sleep. They had even gone to court. The case is not yet concluded. We never went to the street because of that, but we were going to the street because the election was stolen, and yet we never solved that. We were going to the street because the election was stolen and Baba did not win, but when it comes to when the wananchi are suffering, we are comfortable. Then how did the mandamano end? These people, we are told they met at Mombasa and they had a handshake, and from there, no more mandamanos. And yet, the people that we are talking about, that we are really caring about, the common mwananchi, the common mwananchi is still suffering. Has it stopped suffering? They are still suffering. So when we have now seen those pictures, and I support Sunday, I support Stone PK, I support Julia, because we are seeing what is happening. When they had that handshake, things changed. People are suffering here in Kenya. Floods are coming that were supposed to be planned for, they were not planned for. People are drowning. People are being killed. People are they cannot pay for their kids' school fees. Our generation is the generation of our children. Children are not going to get education that we got. I got my education. I became a teacher. If I never got that education, I would not be where I am. People are not going to get that education because they cannot pay. They are being taxed to everything, and yet we cannot go for mandamano now. When people are crying for mandamano, we cannot go now. What stopped it? What stopped the mandamano? Yeah, this is the time that we should do. And then again, okay, Lala, you're saying that Baba is one. Every team must have a leader. Every team must have a leader. Baba has made us believe that he's going to take us all the way to Canaan. Now, when he back up, what are we expected to do? Were we supposed to have other leaders between what Baba was doing and us, other people making other things? I mean, other people not supporting him? We were supposed to follow him because he's leading us. So we waited for him to continue until the end. So when he does not go up to the end, what are we supposed to do? Now, see Azimio now. Where are we going to start? Yeah? Who is going to become our next leader? Yeah? Who is going to become our next leader? That is Kalonzo going for crusade. Yeah? Anyway, it was a strange to do that. But when you saw him there, we wondered, Kalonzo, again, you are there and you are the person we are pointing. Yes? We must have a leader anyway. And a leader, people believe in that leader. If it is a school, we have a principal, we have a deputy. We cannot have two principals that they are working to see whether this principal is going to fail so that the other one joins. We have a principal, we have a deputy. But then now, when the principal just back up, then the people are just left wondering what to do. So please, I think we're refusing to swallow the bitter pill. And the earlier we swallow the bitter pill and see that we are now supposed to think of what to do, I think that is when we are going to see the light. Otherwise, right now, let's keep waiting. I heard somebody, Lima Kweni, saying that after those photos, after that meeting, the politics of Kenya is going to change. It is just going to change just like the way it changed when they had handshake with Uhuru. It seems like these people are working together. It is us who do not know whether they are working together or not. They are working together. That is the bitter truth. And we better swallow the bitter pill and then know what to do after that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Striker, for that great submission indeed. And thank you everyone for that great ambition. Lala, you have something to say?
My sister, thank you for that that message. I think, yes, leaders lead, and their role is to be at the front to lead us. But for us, we are supposed to follow. We follow our leaders. I was one of the followers. And what did I do? I galvanized my little leading, my comrades and others. I was out, but with money, with other form of support, there are people out on the street. Then I look at the landscape. Only one part was on the street. And this has been historical. This is like a cancer that ails our nation, the division that stops us from doing what we need to do. And so we want to scapegoat. And one of scapegoating is Raila. Is the problem, is this and this and that. Sometimes, yes, he may have his weaknesses, but we do things we don't do, and then we start blaming Baba. When Baba actually has sacrificed everything for this country, almost everything. And yes, it is painful. I feel the pain that I can see him, if those photos are correct, and so in my mind is here's a man, as Selena stated, who has tried, done what a human being could do. And so nobody can accuse Baba of just like one of them. He's not one of them. He's been different. Yes, he has to survive among them. He has to campaign for certain position. But there is nothing that stops you and me, Kenyans, from taking over. Nothing. We have everything. So for us, it's almost like a baby. They are supposed to walk and do things and go to work, and they're doing nothing. They're just there. That's what we are used to. We just like to spectate. Mama Sina stated here, we saw him getting shot. What did we do? We are waiting for some kind of miracle. In fact, we're waiting for him dead, some of us. And even some of you talking here as if, this man was just planning things. He was just working with their enemies. Some of us are the problem right here in this meeting of ours. So let us, yes, we are tired. Yes, we are angry, upset, what's going on. But let us be realistic. Let us point where the problem is. The problem is with Kenya. The problem is tribalism. The problem with us is our little class that we other people are supposed to do it for us. And so the people who get out are the people in Korokosho, the people in Kibera, the people in those slums, and some of us are sitting behind waiting for Baba to do it for us, or people from Kibera to do it for us. We don't want to do anything. That's the problem with Kenya. So if we can be Kenyans and believe that we can learn, and we've learned something, leadership in the world, we've seen it, whether it's Ayatollah. What happened? The people got the revolution done. They went where he was and got him home. Greeks, I think the other guy was here in the US, and they brought him home. When revolution come, they look for the authentic leadership. And those people, they know because they have inspired them. Nothing stops us from getting our country in the right place. The problem is us, not Baba. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala, for that submission. I'm listening also to Sunday. Sunday, do you have any query or any contribution?
I have no questions. I just want to respond real quick to Lala before I continue. Lala, there is no society, there is no group, be it of wild animals, be it of humans, be it of, any grouping that can survive without a leader. A leader is a person who, stands tall and people follow. If you look at even in the jungle.
We did not say that. We are supposed to internalize leadership.
I didn't say you said
you're
that.
saying words I did not use.
No,
we
I
are
did
supposed
not
to
say,
learn from our leaders to be leaders ourselves. Thank you.
I did not say you said that, brother. I did not say you said that.
All right.
I just said who a leader is. And I was just giving an example. Even in the animal kingdom, there is a leader. That's what Azimio takes Raila for. So for as long as he holds the mantle for a leader, there is expectations that come with that.
You stated you don't believe in Baba. You just said it before.
That's why I've said
You stated
Azimio.
that.
I
So
didn't say me. I
what is
said
your point
Azimio.
on Baba?
Come on,
If you
man.
don't
I
believe in
said,
him.
am I going to talk or no, man? I didn't say I believe in Baba. I said Azimio. If that's not what I said, let somebody contradict it. I said
No, in
Azimio
your
believes it.
presentation the first, that's what you said. You clearly stated. All of us heard you.
Okay, let me start again. I do not believe in Baba. I don't like him. I don't support him. But I said Azimio has him, believes in him as their leader. Is that clear, Lala? So if Azimio believes that Raila is their leader, then they see their leader with the person who they believe stole their election. What is supposed to go through their heads? That's what is happening. You know, people are disappointed in Raila.
People, we didn't want reporters. We want people who believe in Baba here. That's what we're talking about. And some of us are disappointed and they are sharing their frustration of what has happened. But initially they believed in Baba. That's why they're here. You don't believe in him. You never believed in him. Why are you here? Go to Ruto.
You know, this is why, we keep going around circles. You know, the fact that I don't believe in Raila doesn't mean I believe in Ruto. The fact that I don't support Raila doesn't mean I support what is wrong. I stand for Kenya. Raila is not Kenya, so I don't have to support him. I just have to stand for what is right. If that really is so hard to understand, then you have a reason to tell me I shouldn't be here. I stand for what is right. I don't support individuals. All right? So I will start again and I'll make myself clear so that I'll be told if I don't belong here and I will not be here again. I don't support Raila. I'm here because I stand for what is right. I'm here to save a nation that is my home country. It doesn't have to be done with Raila. So I believe I've made myself so clear, and that's where I've been. People that have been in this show, that have had me in this show long before Lala, you showed up, know where I stand. This is not the first time. All right? I'm coming here because I want to see a nation rise. If Raila does wrong, I'll tell him it's wrong. If he's right, I'll say he's right. He's accomplished a lot of things for the nation. I give that to him. But when he's wrong, he's wrong. When he's messing the psyche of his supporters, he's wrong. All right? That's my point right there. People believe in him as their leader. My point is, if he stood up for what is just, when his elections were stolen, he should be able to stand with that and keep that momentum going. In other words, if Ruto, who stole his election, is the person he has to dine with to get a position in AU, he should say no, because he believes in what is right. That's my point. But if he has to turn his back on what is right so that he gains a position in AU, I personally think that is not right. That's what I'm saying. You cannot dine with a thief because he's promised you food tomorrow. People died. Families lost members. Now he's eating with an enemy.
First of all, I respect the fact that you want to save Kenya, and so you are here to criticize Raila and to show why you have not believed in him, and you're here because you have this grand plan of saving Africa, Kenya, and you've not shared with us. So to me, I think you are here on behalf of Ruto and his group, because knowing the background of this group, and many of us moved to this particular site because we believed in change through Azimio. And we are disappointed now, some of us, because of the way things have happened. But still, there are reasons why they are happening. There are reasons. You don't live in an island. At the same time, as long as you are a Kenyan, you will have those you don't agree with and those you agree with. You'll still have to dialogue. Baba's decided to go for a post that requires that he gets a broad spectrum of people to support him. You may not like that, I may not like that, but there is a rationale that goes the fact that he is able to reach out those member states. If it's going to be the continental leader, you can't go to that post and you can't talk to other people. So the very fact that he's gone for that post, he has to talk with everyone, those who are like, doesn't like. That's the nature of the post, okay? So we got to differentiate, put as a thin line between what we expect him to do as Azimio. We didn't elect him, or we didn't want him, call him to be a warlord, because that's what we are calling for. Let him be a warlord, to have some barracks around the little territory he has. If that's what Kenya wants, then go for it. But as long as we are all Kenyans, you may have to talk to people you don't want to talk to for the sake of certain ideals that you are aiming for. And it's those ideals that I think we are basically trying to interrogate. Why is he talking to Ruto? What's really going on here? We are trying to figure out what is going on. But your point is very clear, that you never liked Raila, and you are here to critique him, but then at the same time, you're doing it in a way that clearly shows that your presence here is clearly to support your person, which is called Ruto, because you've never shown us what you have, what you support, what you want us to do as a people. Most of us, I know they are upset, they are angry, because we never wanted to talk to Ruto, okay? But as a leader, he decided to do that, okay? And we are asking why. And that's why people are here. Thank you.
Lala, why is it that when somebody has a divergent opinion, you think they're supporting the person who's the opposite of your opinion? Why is it that you run so fast? You spoke, so, and it's my time, and I just kept quiet. So I'll request that you give me time I speak. All right?
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
So the fact that I don't agree with Raila automatically makes me a Ruto person. This is that school of thought that really takes us back to, the struggles that we have. I don't have to agree with somebody in full when they're doing wrong.
That's a contradiction. We all disagree.
Yes.
All of us disagree on different things, but we still can believe in someone.
Come on, man. It's my time to speak.
That's a
What's
contradiction.
wrong? Do you want me to be quiet and give you time to speak all you want? Can I be protected, Mr. Host? Can I be protected? This guy spoke in my time. I gave him time. I was quiet. Now he keeps cutting me off all the time. What's going on, man?
Go on, speak. Yeah, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I don't support Ruto. I'm not a Ruto person. Everyone that has been in this show knows I don't support Ruto. All I'm saying, if something is wrong, it's wrong. It doesn't matter who does it. People believed in Baba. You people believed in Baba. He makes such a move to dine with an enemy, And you coming here to say that if I point that out, it means I support the other side? Like, seriously? All right, I'll go quiet. I think Lala has a lot of things to say that I think my opinion doesn't really hold water, because all I'm saying is if Baba does something wrong, he should be called out for it. I don't have to support him, I don't have to like him, but if he does a good thing, I will say, yes, that's a good thing. If he does a wrong thing, I'll call it out. I didn't know if you call
and
what
that's
is
all
wrong.
of us are doing here.
Man.
All of us are doing here.
All right, it's your show, man.
All of us are doing here. But when you come with that presupposition, I don't like this guy, then we know where you are coming from. You are waiting for for areas of disagreement instead of telling us exactly where you are coming from, because we have been here for a long time, knowing what had happened to Kenya, election stolen, and we know the side that stole the election, and we are focusing on trying to correct the things, the wrong, so that we can be able to have a country. But for you here, you are gleaning. This is your celebration time.
I'm disappointed in you, Lala, man. I've been following you.
I'm more disappointed in you, based on
of thought, man. I'm disappointed in your school of
Hey,
thought.
Waguu.
I'm so disappointed. The fact that I don't support Raila doesn't mean I support the other side. It's just
I'm not telling you to support Raila. No, I'm not telling you to do that.
Shadizo, may I
Lala,
say-
please. Lala,
Shadizo,
please. Lala, Lala.
Can I just
Shadizo, may I
Lala.
say something?
Hold
Shadizo,
kwanza. Lala, please.
Shadizo, may I say something?
Yes, Julia.
Yeah, I just want to ask Lala. Lala, you are disrupting Sunday, so that is not right. So I think now let
No,
us.
I can't
No,
listen to such minds.
Lala,
Thank you.
you are doing a wrong thing. I think Sunday, Shadizo should kick you out. Everybody has a right to speak here, whether they agree with us or not, whether they are supporting Baba or they're not supporting Baba. I think we should not create a show where we shut people up because they don't agree with us. So I am kindly requesting that if we want to speak, let us raise our hand, and Shadizo will allow us to speak. Let us not disrupt someone when they are speaking, whether we agree with them or not. Asante, Shadizo.
Thank you, Julia. Let me listen to Not Nice. Not Nice, how are you? Not Nice. You seem not nice. Are you not nice, Ayuko? Maunga, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go on.
Yeah, so I can sense that emotions are running high, and that's expected. Sunday, I'm specifically here to remind you that we're not here to enjoy the sound of our voices. It's not one of those things that we look forward to doing at night. Clearly, it's late for everyone, including even the people in the diaspora. Guys are supposed to be doing something useful with their time. So whenever we come to this show, there's a sense of direction that we usually seek. So here we are. We are here seeking solutions, as Comfort alluded, as Julia alluded, and everyone else who's spoken before you, and even you, your contributions. If they do not give us direction as to what alternatives are there, you do not come to whine on our problems. Raila has been someone we've been supporting, Sisi. So you have not been supporting him. So I don't know that you've been supporting your father. Present him as an option, but at least have something different that you're telling us, as opposed to coming here and reminding us that you're gloating that you've never supported him. So bloody hell, at least you've not been supporting him. We've been supporting him. There's nothing there's something tangible and visible that we have gotten from him. What have we gotten from you? You whining here and telling us here with some crap accent what you think he ought to do right or not. Go tell that to your father. Tell him to start by giving birth to a child who can at least articulate things that can be useful to the world. After that, then you can come and tell us about Raila, who is now being sought for, by the way, at the African Union for being an enigmatic gentleman. You understand? I do not think there's anything that your mother birthed that is different from the features Raila has. So by all means, present yourself as an option. Do not tell us rubbish here. Raila has given over 60 years of his life fighting for this bloody thankless nation. There's really no reward he's gotten other than getting the likes of you coming to criticize him for merely being present and doing something about Kenya. Yet you have not lifted a bloody finger to do anything useful other than bring us here an accent that cannot give even chicken direction. So we are not here to listen to such rubbish, and that's what makes some of us upset. We have supported him. We have at least done something right for our country because it's been towards the direction. What have you supported? So you claim you're not supporting Ruto. So what are you supporting? Yourself and your empty head, which absolutely is not giving us any direction. We absolutely do not have time for that. Everybody, emotions are running high right now. The truth is, Raila has given the best he could. He's got a family, he's got grandchildren he needs to take care of, he's got a legacy to present for himself. If he feels Africa Union is going to offer him better closure, by all means, let that be the case. But some of us will not sit here and allow the likes of you who've done bloody nothing for this country to come here and sit and whine as you roll down your chair thinking that's an achievement. Some of us know what it means to put blood and sweat in this bloody country that is usually eventually very thankless. So we know exactly what it means. We know exactly what families go through in order to present themselves heroes for this nation. So by all means, become something, even a chicken deep chair, before you can come here and think that you can speak the name of Raila and cast aspersions on it as you sit and swivel on a seat that you can't even innovate. So the truth is, Raila can go to AU. The rest of you guys, pia nyinyi mulizaliwa, if you're Kenyan and you think there's anything of value that Kenya can have, let it be from you or from anything else that you can suggest. But by all means, bloody give us.
Julia.
Yes. Shadizo, can you direct the debate? We are becoming rather disrespectful. I mean,
They want to leave it all to you.
We cannot, we cannot start calling each other names here. I'm talking about who gave birth. Maunga, that is wrong. Sikuwa nimeingia lakini nimesikia Maunga sijui ameenda wapi. You cannot start calling people who gave birth to, that is wrong. That is inappropriate. And let us not go there. However much we disagree with somebody. Mimi huwa sitetei mtu lakini I don't like the direction the debate is taking. We cannot start saying who gave birth to. That is very bad and very inappropriate and disrespectful. So Maunga, I don't know why you left. Rudi lakini usiongea hivyo. That is disrespectful na hiyo ni matusi, inappropriate for this show. Shandizo, I want them to go on. I think I'm leaving this show. I can't do this kind of debate. It's very annoying.
And I appreciate it, and I think our time is so much spent. I see niliona msimamo sijui amepotelea wapi, but anyway, let us I think I'll just give Dagi to close for us as we will sum up. Dagi, please.
Like a closing. Okay, so okay, Maunga, wherever she is, I don't know her yet that well, but I know she can hear me. Whatever fumes you are spitting.
Can I have a minute, please?
No, you've had more than an hour. Please, just please.
I mean, I've been called names. I can't be given a minute.
It's Sunday. I thought it's Lala. Okay, you have a minute.
It's me, yeah.
A minute.
So when we come to this show, it's not because some of us are idle, and it's not because some of us, don't have, something else to do. And we've been here since when this show started, and we always listen on the background. And it's so unfortunate that we are degenerating to this where we are calling each other names. I was raised not to call anyone names. I don't call people names. And there is no day you'll hear me call anyone names, no matter what happens, because that's how I was raised. I was also raised to agree and to disagree respectfully. And I was also taught that everyone is entitled to their opinion. I don't have to like you, you don't have to like me.
You got to be consistent. You know very well what this channel is all about.
Mr. Host, I really would beg to be protected. Because
Go on, wind up, please. The time is not on our side, please.
Because now you see I can't even speak. But all I'm saying is I should be entitled to my opinion. And if my opinion hurts anyone, please try not to call me names. Because calling people names doesn't add value to your, to whatever you say. So other than that, it's always a pleasure to be here. Thanks again, guys.
Was close up.
Okay, so we've given Sunday a chance to sort of redeem himself, if that's the right word to put it. But as I was saying, Maunga, if you are behind your screen listening, don't speak like that. Not just on this platform, wherever you in your life. If that's how you speak to people in your life, then I don't expect that you have proper relationships, because you don't attack people's opinion. You attack people's opinion, but don't attack them. Don't start disrespecting people. So I think at this juncture, it's a good time to call it a day or a night. And yeah, so we are all here because we believe in the right thing for Kenyans, for Kenya. We may not agree all the time. We may differ on opinion, but at the end of the day, we are patriots and we want what's best for this country. So let's not kill each other for one man. That's what we've been doing over the years. And then that one man gets what he wants and, he goes mum. So at the end of the day, me and you get to have conversations like this, but you and Raila never get to have conversations like this. So don't kill each other. Don't rip each other apart. At the end of the day, we are Kenyans. And, that's for me tonight, I think.
Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu, tamtamu, lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi mnao.
Kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.